Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
This how we banging on Esau. Prophesy scriptures flaming on Esau. Friends ain't holding hands with no Esau. Repent, it ain't a chance for no Esau. I stacked against Esau. Yahushua coming back to get Esau. If you a Jake, you better turn from old Esau. Repent, or you gon' burn with old Esau. I'm on the streets and my sword is out. Bringing the scriptures, I'm showing you what the Lord about. The time is now to repent and keep the commandments. We need to examine the reason why my people is damaged, deceitful, and evil. Towards another sister or brother, the life of a savage. That's the mind filled with the swine who think Christ was a faggot. Caesar Borgia on the cross, and if for that you shed a tear, then you lost. The black Messiah prophesied against Esau, spreading truth to all the lies against Esau. Israelites, 12 tribes against Esau. Hebrews, we on the rise against Esau. This how we banging on Esau. Prophesy scriptures flaming on Esau. Friends ain't holding hands with no Esau. Repent, it ain't a chance for no Esau. I stacked against Esau. Yahushua coming back to get Esau. If you a Jake, you better turn from old Esau. Repent, or you gon' burn with old Esau. 28, that's the proof that we needed to show who we are today, the people you call Jesus and foe. We men of the Lord, and one thing that you heathen should know, when he return, we gon' even and scold. 200 million angels and chariots hover the earth, bringing destruction and redemption to a third of us that suffered the curse. Put us back in the Holy Land, that's right, we taking it back. The Israelites exterminating you rats. The black Messiah prophesied against Esau, spreading truth to all the lies against Esau. Israelites, 12 tribes against Esau. Hebrews, we on the rise against Esau. This how we banging on Esau. Prophesy scriptures flaming on Esau. Friends ain't holding hands with no Esau. Repent, it ain't a chance for no Esau. I stacked against Esau. Yahushua coming back to get Esau. If you a Jake, you better turn from old Esau. Repent, or you gon' burn with old Esau.
These bastards claiming to be the people of God. The Bible prophesied the name of Israel shall they would lose. On the you are is a faggot and the devil that the Bible speaks.
This how we banging on Esau. Prophesy scriptures flaming on Esau. Friends ain't holding hands with no Esau. Repent, it ain't a chance for no Esau. I stacked against Esau. Yahushua coming back to get Esau. If you a Jake, you better turn from old Esau. Repent, or you gon' burn with old Esau. AOI straight banging on.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, un filósofo francés en alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo, el engaño los adornaron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay. Seems like that's what it's always going to start doing with. Nobody's here. Good. Maybe a couple. I think I see one, but lives always give you the wrong feed. So whatever. It's all good. I have something to show you. A couple videos and then a segment that I think makes sense to understand and look upon the wicked roots. I pay attention to the news. I've been trimming down on that a lot lately. I want to focus on my business, right? Obviously, you got to provide and shit. And I also pay attention to what people listen to and watch. I can understand why a lot of you don't listen to the news. Yeah. Can be problematic. And it hurts a lot of times seeing the shit that happens. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a reminder of the things that I probably haven't talked about in a bit. But it's still here. And it's coming. Because technically the quote-unquote holidays are coming. And we have a nation of people that claim that this is the promised land to them. And the way that they talk now should be at least giving you an itch that needs to be paid attention to. You can't ignore itches. You got to scratch that shit. So let's go with this video, and then I'm going to read some things to you, and then I'm going to show you something relative to the belief of these people. And let's see if it musters. You know what I'm saying? I call them Christmas Christians for a while now. Let's continue and look at their beliefs.
People whose ancestors fought in the Civil War have a hell of a lot more claim over America than the people who say they don't belong.
One of the things that struck me is J.D. Vance can use his $5 words and he can try to give things a veneer of respectability. These are the same racist, xenophobic policies that we have seen from this administration since day one. And someone at TPM wrote this. I thought it was exactly right. What he is talking about is an America where heritage counts as much as values.
So we're talking about heritage. But see, it's kind of interesting how these weirdos from Europe want to carve out their European way in a continent that does not belong to them. I mean, let's be sincere. Why are we lying to each other? I actually found this video. I wasn't planning on showing it. I just, you know what? I think you guys need to see it. This dude here, he basically condemns el culo Colón. You know what I'm saying? He condemns him. This man here shows him. So before I go here, I'm sorry, here, let me go here. Hold on. And buenas noches, buenos dias, buenas tardes to the family, the friends, and then the enemies that are watching from above and below. And I know you guys watch my shit in secret, so it's all good. Let's listen in.
This dude is so fucking pissed off.
Christopher Columbus could lick my ass. It's so fucking hot outside. My white ass isn't supposed to be here, asshole. You just had to get in your fucking boat, didn't you? You just fucking had to. Fuck you. God damn it. I'm supposed to be somewhere where it's cloudy as fuck and it barely hits 85. I'm dying out here. Look at my skin. You see that? I have vitiligo. You know what that is? That means parts of my skin there's no melanin. The sun is a demon to me. I can't even go outside. There's corn. The corn's about to sweat. Did you hear? The corn sweats. No, I'm not talking about David Corn Sweat, who's Superman, who's fantastic. No, I'm talking about literal corn on the cob perspiring in the fields. Yeah, learned about this a few years ago, but it's happening again because it happens every single year. It's about to, some guy on TikTok said it might feel like 115 in the Midwest. 115? It's not even 90 right now, and I can't even sit outside. It's cooking me alive. Fuck you, Columbus. You fucking dick.
Well, I thought that was funny, and I figured it's like the right moment because we're gonna dissect these people. And I'm gonna tell you this, man. This walk really has taught me a lot about myself, first and foremost, and about people, close and far. You can never be sure on anybody. People come, people go. That's just the way of life is as you become an adult. When you're a child or a young man, you think things differently. You think those people will be around. And then if you try again, then you find out that people do have issues that they need to deal with. And some of us aren't there. It's crazy, man. And I think that sometimes even with our own rebellion, we are also touching on some weird shit. 1 Samuel 15:1, Samuel also said unto Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint thee. Here, let me just finish it to get the point, and then I'll get to verse 23. To be the king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the word of the Lord. All right, let's go to verse 23. Listen to this. For rebellion is as a sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Rebellion is as a sin of witchcraft. Rebellion also means anger, being explosive. Now here, there is a point I'm trying to make regarding the wicked roots. But this goes in a lot of different directions. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, meaning there's some spirits in that shit. And sometimes, you know what I mean? Like we be worshiping that damn thing. What up, brother? Good to have you here. Oh, hold on a second. Good to have you here, bro. For rebellion is as witchcraft. So there's a witchcraft behind rebellion. In this case, We're talking about people that want to celebrate their own shit. What's up? What's up, brother? Good to have you. We're talking about Christmas Christians. They claim to be godly, believe in God, and are 100% against what this book is saying. And you know what? If you believed in God and you didn't read this book, I'd have nothing to say to you. You know, the funny shit is that you do believe it. Well, you read this book and try to make belief out of it. Deuteronomy 18:10, it says, there shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughters to pass through the fire, or that useth divinations, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch. An observer of times. You see, sometimes we ignore this. And this is Christmas right here. An observer of time. When you understand what the definition, meaning, and practice of Christmas, you would know that it's observing time. It's done at a season. It's a practice of witchcraft to enchant you and I. If you use it and do it and you thrive in it. I understand you got family. They do it. I get you pass by and you go. But I'm talking about you that celebrates it and looks forward to it. This right here is divination, an observer of time, an enchanter, or a witch. It talks about, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. Anything that has to do with, witchcraft. Leviticus 20 and 26 says the same thing. Now, again, Christmas Christians want to go ahead and judge other people, but they don't look at themselves. Like in Spanish, we say, no te ves el tronco de tu ojo, güey. You're very quick to judge everybody else, but you ain't quick to look at you, fool. Leviticus 20:26, and ye shall be holy unto me, for I, the Lord, am holy. Now, if you were supposedly people chosen of God, you wouldn't be doing the shit that you're doing, Christmas Christians, and have severed you from other people that you should be mine. And a man and also a woman that had a familiar spirit. All that stupid, damn, supposedly talking in tongues shit. Or that is a wizard. All of you that are practicing Kabbalah, Sephiroth, all of that shit is part of the tree. Shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be upon them. I mean, you guys supposedly are believers of this Bible book here. Let me remind you of an old video that I had and I showed 2 years ago, I think.
The hardest part.
And it gets very interesting. And it's talking about Christmas Christianity. You know, that old celebration of December 25th. That one. Let's check this out.
This.
I think this is a Muslim dude, okay? So he's going to say some things also that I don't agree. Plus, I have a video that's going to include that shit because, the Talmud is mixed with the Quran. So for you Islam people, the Talmud and the Quran have similar statements. So you need to check your book before you go and try to say some shit. Let's listen in.
In the winter season, around December 25th, the people celebrated the winter solstice. And so the winter solstice would come about somewhere from December 21st, and it goes all the way to around January 6th or so.
Okay. Now we just understand, we just saw now how he explains from what month to what month these things occur.
Would come about season. In the winter season, around December 25th, the people celebrated the winter solstice. And so the winter solstice would come about somewhere from December 21st, and it goes all the way to around January 6th or so. And so the people of the North would celebrate different holidays, have different occasions based upon the winter solstice. I went to Norway and spent some time with the Muslims in Oslo. In the wintertime, there is a period where there is no light. You are literally in darkness 24 hours of the day. And this stretches for a period of time. Now, could you imagine if you're living in Alaska or living in Canada or living in Norway and you don't have central heating and the cold is outside? It's darkness around you. People are dying from disease. It's a terrible time, and every family would probably lose somebody, or they would know of somebody dying from the cold and disease during that season. And so when the sun starts to come out, the people now are looking at the sun as a life-giving force. And so during that time, a number of ceremonies were held in northern countries. In the far north was the Feast of the 12 Nights, which stretched from December 25th to January 6th.
So for you that are out there celebrating Christmas, Feliz Navidad, dun, 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 dun. Feliz Navidad. I wanna wish you, you know that whole shit, right? And then at the same time, you go and celebrate Los Reyes Magos. You are a demon. You are literally a. I mean, you're okay. Let me just read it. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm just gonna go back to the book. Just gonna go back to the book and show you. Because apparently, when I say it, you guys don't want to hear it. It says here, Deuteronomy 18:10, there shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or daughter or his daughter pass through the fire, or that useth divinations, or an observer of times. From the 25th through the 6th. Or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits. We're going to see some of that right now.
Also in ancient Greece, there was the Bacchanalia, which was held for their god Bacchus, the god of wine and sport and play. The Romans had the Saturnalia for their god Saturn. And so you find during these times that the people held ceremonies in the north. They would burn bonfires. The light was important, the fire, because the fire represents the light, the life-giving force for those who worship nature. Also in the north, they recognized that there was one tree that despite the cold would still remain alive, the evergreen tree, the fir tree. And so in some cases they would take this fir tree, believing that there was powers of life within the tree, and they would put it in their homes, set it there and put a light on the top of it, or burn them in the front, or they would make mistletoes and put them over their doorways.
Look at that. That's amazing, isn't it?
Or burn, and they would put it in their homes, set it there and put a light on the top of it.
Boom. I mean, come on. It's literally in the book. It says not to do these things. Or consulting with familiar spirits. You guys are consulting with familiar spirits by putting up a tree. Jeremiah 10:2, thus say the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. Remember, right here is where we see dismayed at the signs of heaven. All of a sudden, they see this light, and they think that's God, some type of celebration. For the heathen are dismayed at them, meaning amazed, astounded. They glorify it. For the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest. Did we not just see videos regarding trees and evergreen trees? The work of the hand of the workman. How do you think they do it? With an axe, of course. They deck it with silver and with gold. We just saw it right now. They put it in their homes. They cut it out. They cut it from the forest. They put it in their homes. They deck it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers that it move not. Meaning, they put some like stability on the bottom to make sure that it stands. We just saw a video right here.
Or burn them in the front, or they would make mistletoes and put them over their doorways, a type of what we would call ta'wiz or tamima. It is an amulet, hoping that this fir...
They call it? They called it an amulet. Are we not paying attention, Christmas Christians? Deuteronomy 18:11, or a charmer, or a consultant with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. or an enchanter. What did he say?
What we would call ta'wiz or tamima. It is an amulet.
Amulet. Hold on. Give me a second. I think it's in Kings. Let me see if I have it right. Hold on. I'm trying to look for it. Maybe I'm not spelling it right in the. Yeah, I think. Oh no, hold on a second. Charm? Is it charm? Anyways, I'll try to find it. I'll try to remember, fam. I'll remember because the word came to my mind. Let's go.
Hoping that this fir tree, that this so-called life-giving force would protect them from the danger of the winter. And so their ceremonies developed around this. And this went on for hundreds of years. One of the interesting individuals is Mithra, or Mithras. This is a very mysterious character. And when you look at history, you find that this individual was supposed to be the sun god himself, and they had a special sacrament made up of bread and wine. They would make this drink during this time, and supposedly he died for the sins of the people.
That right there. That's why I need you brothers and sisters to wake the F up. Because that is not what I have ever said in this channel.
And supposedly he died.
This is Christmas Christianity right there.
That this individual was supposed to be the sun god himself, and they had a special...
The same story as the white Jesus. The Roman one that they created to make us believe that that's what he came here to do.
Sacrament made up of bread and wine. They would make this drink during this time, and supposedly he died for the sins of the people. Sounds familiar?
Died for the sins of the people. Of everybody. Do you understand now? Do you understand where this story is coming from? I'm gonna get into some different translations too, and so I can connect the dots here. Christmas Christians have a certain way of teaching their doctrine. At the same time, we have so-called, well, I'll call them Khazars, creating their own doctrine and then pushing doctrine, giving it authority, making people believe those doctrines. You see what I mean? Let's continue.
Doesn't it?
Teenagers are building businesses with AI.
But when you try to find Mithra or Mithras in the encyclopedias, they, through state intervention, erased the name. Why is this? That is because after the time of Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, when the message began to spread and they went north, and you'll see within historical writings that Barnabas, one of his disciples, met a man named Saul, who later called himself Paul. Paul said he saw Jesus on the Damascus road. And he went to the disciples, but the disciples turned against Paul. Only Barnabas stayed with him. But when Paul and Barnabas went into Greece, Barnabas left him. Now, what is the reason why they all left him? Many people say, well, they left him because he was Saul before, and he used to torture the early followers of Isa alayhi salam. But also you can see, and if you look at present-day Christianity, that most of the concepts of the Trinity, of the blood sacrifice, the original sin, and most of the concepts which relate to more than one God are coming through Paul. The preachers are quoting Paul sometimes more than Jesus during their sermons. And so Barnabas...
Very true. And I'm not against Paul, by the way. See, this is why you have to walk a thin line in what you're reading. Because it can take you very far. To the extremes where you just get lost. Stay focused. Y'all need to start wearing some visors, man. Seriously, in this spiritual walk.
Barnabas left Paul, and somewhere in the early days, in Rome or Greece, those missionaries who were teaching the teachings of Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, met with this force coming from the north. And so you will see in ancient Roman history that in some cases the Roman emperor would go out to the Colosseum and the gladiators would be fighting each other, and everybody's cheering for the gladiators. One of the terrible things happening during these rituals at the Colosseum is that they would bring the Christians out, literally men, women, and children, and feed them to hungry animals.
Hey, who are they putting in Alcatraz, alligator Alcatraz? Just for the fun of it. Just for the fun of it. Y'all think I'm kidding? Nah. Check it out.
YouTube. Take a look.
New sheriff in town, I have to tell you, one of my favorite things to watch on YouTube these days are the court hearings where illegals are in court and ICE shows up to drag them out of court and deport them. Town, I have to tell you, one of my favorite things to watch on YouTube these days are the court hearings where illegals are in court and ICE shows up to drag them out of court and deport them.
When are y'all gonna realize that white people are just being fucking racist as fuck, and you need to stop being nice to them and shit? Straight up. I'm not saying be mean to every fucking crackety crack. Sorry, I guess I'm being like y'all. But come on now, man. Look, she enjoys watching people suffer.
They would take a hyena or a wolf or a lion and get it hungry and crazy and beat it and throw raw meat at it and then send it out on the people, and they would literally cheer and watch as the animal rip the bodies apart, tear the bodies apart. And so
This is Rome. Family, Rome. Christmas Christianity came from Rome. Let me show you a book. Not the book, but I have a page from the book. Slavery from Roman time. On page 52, we read this here. Check this out, okay? Slavery in early medieval Europe. Page 52. We read, hold on a second. Paragraph 2. It's the late 8th and early 9th century. Charlemagne, the ruler of Frankish kingdom, created an empire for himself and tried to revolutionize the West through inheritance, conquest, diplomacy, and threats. Charlemagne, hey mama, extended his control over the greater parts of the Western Europe, excluding only Scandinavia, the British Isles, the Iberian Peninsula. So he excluded this section, Scandinavia, the British Isles, and Iberian Peninsula, and southern Italy. He crowned his achievements by the assumption of the title of Roman Emperor in Christmas Day in year 800. This is again from the book Slavery from the Roman Times, Early Transatlantic Slave Trade. Paul was a Roman prisoner, and the headquarters in Jerusalem had to summon him for correction before he was jailed. This incredible video reminded me of that moment in history. Hey, listen, it is very interesting because look, watch this real quick. I'll show you this interesting part. I think it's called Constantine. Give me a moment. Let me see. I think it's on page 150. Yeah, it's okay. So it's I don't even think it's the life and times of the I think this is from I totally saved this book. No. I have the book, but when I took the picture, I saved the file. I named it incorrectly. I think it's from the Jewish history by Solomon Grazel. Hold on. I think it is, family. Give me a second. I know that I don't think it's Constantine, but anyways, look. The point being is this, right? We'll figure it out later. So this is regarding Paul. To kind of touch on what you said, European will never be American. The results of Paul's teachings, it is not what happened to Paul personally that is important, but rather what happened to Paul's teachings. Even while he lived, ample evidence proves that the people to whom he preached had misunderstood him. He had spoken in terms of high and noble idealism and of charity, of personal righteousness. He urged men to believe in Jesus, firmly and believing in him, so perfect an example of godly living, began to lead a godly life themselves, meaning keeping the commandments. So such righteous people could have no difficulty in meeting the awful day of God's judgment. They would surely survive it. And when the day of resurrection came, such people would surely be permitted to live again and forever. But, listen, most of the people who listened to Paul remembered only the connection between believing in the Mashiach and meriting God's mercy and ultimate resurrection. So it's like, no matter what happens, they can be in sin as long as I believe. No, they skipped the middle step, the need to live godly lives, the application of the commandments. Y'all are eating pork. You're breaking the commandments every single damn day. And you're saying you believe in a book that you don't even read. You cannot pick and choose what you want to believe. I mean, if you want to hold the commandments to the T because you guys don't even know what to believe, well, shoot, a lot of you had already died. You can't eat shrimp. You can't eat pork. You know what I'm saying? You have to keep high holy days. You can't mix clothing. I mean, you know what I'm talking about? You can't get divorced just because you fucking want to. You can't be promiscuous. You can't date before you get married, you dumb fucking idiots. What are you talking about? So, thus, the faith in the Mashiach came to be the only and entire basis of the religion. See? Just believe in Jesus. Believe in Jesus and you'll be saved. Adopted by the pagan Christians. Basis of the religion adopted by the pagan Christians. So all of you Christmas Christians are pagan Christians. That's exactly what you are, because you are not even you're not even listening to Paul, and you quote him more often than the Messiah. So let's continue. While the Judo-Christians who live in Palestine, oh, you mean the people in Gaza that you Khazars are killing? You filthy bastards. I hope y'all don't survive. And I'm not talking about Gaza people. I'm talking about you Khazars. I hope y'all get destroyed severely. All you and your seed. All that funky little curls and shit. If I had a chance to smack y'all, bro. Straight up. But it was the pagan Christians' attitude which won in the end. Many pagans, white people, who had admired Judaism, either openly or secretly now, had a chance to adopt a form of Judaism which appealed to them. See, it was because, I don't got to try that hard. This is who these Edomites and Japhites are. These savage people who feed humans to animals. Yeah, they do. Sounds like what they did to our ancestors, feeding them to greyhounds. Yeah, man. And Mustad. I don't know how you call those dogs. And you can read about that in the Dogs of Conquest. Here, this book right here. I'll show you. Hey, we're doing a video right now, but what's the spirit? You say you fail for it, Canaanite. Your fruit is your law, outstanding. How confounded you are. You know, not the spirit. You deny it still. You know what I find so funny about people like you? I've never seen you here before. Not one time. Not even one glance. But you're here today, making comments, which I think you're probably somebody that's been here before. So I ask you, what spirit are you talking about? You're saying that these laws were given to the Canaanites? A pagan doesn't know God. The spirit isn't fake. You're full of pride. Okay, I'll tell you what, bro. I'll tell you what. Since you're so ballsy, show me exactly what is God. What's your religion? What's your belief? What are you doing, bro? Why are you wasting your time? See, there he goes. I see your entire life. What are you talking about? What are you like a drug addict, bro? Like, are you seriously good in your head, bro? I see your entire life. You mean like you're my neighbor and shit? Like you like watch everything I do? Then why are you here? Bro, it's that's fucking simple. You tell me nothing. You know what? I'll tell you this right now, bro. First of all, if I feel that way about somebody, I wouldn't even post on their fucking channel. I would just move on. But you came here to say to me, you tell me nothing. So guess what? Tell us nothing. Tell us your nothingness. Tell us how great and wise you are. Let's see if you know this book. Since you're saying that it's Canaanite. Let's go. Come on, man. Get some balls, bro. I'm tired of you motherfuckers coming out here saying some dumb shit. You don't even sound fucking even normal. And then you say nothing. Like, I see you. And then you tell me nothing. Canaanites, I am your okay, sounds good. Hit the link. Since you're my God. Go for it, bro. Go, Mr. Orange Orangutan. I have a lot of people like you that show up and shit. They always talk a lot of crap. They never hit the fucking link. Sounds good. Prove it that Hebrew is a Canaanite language. Go for it, bro. Show us. Come on. Show us. Listen, I won't hate you, bro. If you are 100% correct of the fact that Canaanite language is Hebrew, man, I'll teach that shit. There you go. Come on, man. Why are you afraid? Why you guys get all afraid and shit? You guys always show up to this, talk to all this fucking crap, text all your fucking shit, and I say to you, bro, show me. If you are correct, then I'll believe it. You know what I'm saying? And then you do some shit like this. Do not cast your pearls to swines. They will clutch them with their you talking about New Testament shit. There you go. See, you guys are weak, man. See, you are those typical ass dudes that like try to use Bible and then like I don't know, take advantage of women and shit. Like, oh no, babe, I know the Bible and God is with me. You know what I mean? So, you have to stick with me. Just pay my bills and shit. You're one of those guys, huh? You don't take care of your family, do you? That's the modern consciousness of linguists. Listen, bro, I can tell you have no kids, or if you do, you have no wife. You don't have a family. You don't have a house. You don't have no stability. You don't have nothing, bro. Like, you have nothing. You don't know the spirit. You're far weak. Okay, sounds good then. If I'm far weaker, then dude, it should be so easy for you to just come on the live and far weaker me. Come on, man. Why are you afraid? What's the deal? Why are you guys so afraid, man? I don't understand that shit. You just talk all this shit and you never show up. Ever. Ever. That should tell you that your seed will never continue. That should tell you that you're weak as fuck. That should tell you that you have no family. That should tell you that you have no home. That should tell you that you probably have no job. Nobody can actually, dude, I'm going to say it like this. I've realized people like you, bro, you guys have nothing, bro. You got no home. You got no stability. You got no wife or kids. You got no money to support you. You got no one that calls you when you're sick or even wants to know how you're doing when they don't hear from you. You're one of those people. That's what I realize about you guys. You see what I'm saying? See, I have stability. I got all of that shit. See, there you go. Look. See, his human side came out. You talk the most shit. You're the one talking Cain. I told you.
Who are you?
You're so weak, bro. You are so weak. You're just a kid. Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor? Tell your mom I said hi. People like you show up to my channel because you guys love the way I fucking talk. That's why. And you want to learn from your daddy and shit. I'm going to say this right now, family. I'm going to say this right now, and I should have said this way before. For any Negro that thinks that they're Hebrews, they had to come out of our nutsack. He's one of those guys right there. Do you understand what I'm saying, family? For any Negro that claims to be a Hebrew, you came out of my nutsack for you to be a Hebrew. Do you understand that? That means that your mama had to come out of... There you go. I told you. Let's go. I'm not going to bring out the pages. I'm just going to show you the cover if I have it. I should have the cover. Dogs of Conquest. Yeah, I do have the cover. This book here. Oh, well. I think we get the picture. Anyways, it's called Dogs of Conquest. Let's go back to the point.
Somewhere along the line, somebody who couldn't take the torture, who felt that maybe we can win these people over, made a compromise. And you start to see changes going on from the early part of the Christian era in Southern Europe, where the major ceremonies held by the nature-worshipping people.
Nature-worshipping people. Now, there's a little skinny white boy over there in the TikTok saying that Irish people are Hebrews. You fucking Celtic dumbasses. Bro, Druidism was a heavy practice over there, dumbass. That's why I didn't continue. I showed one video of his ass. And I'm like, I don't trust you. I think your little whiteness is going to come out and shit. Eventually going to claim gringos are our people. Get the fuck out of here. You guys just don't know where. I mean, look, you didn't go through the curses. There's no historical outside of the curses that you guys even fit anything related to the Hebrews. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, actually, he said, because Irish were Negroes? Oh, that's right. I can't remember who sent it to me, man. I'm trying to remember who sent it to me so I can look for it.
Are combined with Christian names and Christian ceremonies, and therefore what comes forth to us is a mixture with the two streams coming together, where you get a monotheistic name or a monotheistic character with a pagan ceremony.
Matter of fact, sorry to stop it, but you know what? I'm glad that I brought out that other book, Constantine, the same one, because he actually did talk about this stuff right here. This one. I think it was this page, right? This page or this page. That's 418. And I think that's the next one. Hold on. Let me just read this to you. Role of the church. The life and times of Constantine the Great. By the time Constantine moved his capital to Constantinople, the Christian church, Roman Christian church, remember, Christmas Christian, Roman Christian church, you know where they used to feed people and shit. You know what I'm saying? And they had homosexual relationships with, you know what I mean? That's your life. That's your country, bro. You do what you do. But I'm talking about historical facts that you guys did live that way. And it was totally normal. There was nothing against, no law forbidding you guys to, do your little pedo shit too. It says, had become a major force in the empire. Other mystery cults such as that of Mithra. What?
Bruh.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Were losing their faithful to Christianity because Christ's message was not much different. And besides, it had the support of the emperor himself. Now you understand why you have to be mindful when I say, and the brothers that I've talked to, that there's transliteration in this book. And we need to be very smart of what we're reading and how we're understanding it. And then don't get lost in the sauce. Although Constantine continued to employ pagans in high places, and two prominent pagans, the augur Sopater and the high priest Priatextus, participated in Constantinople's dedication ceremonies, many pagans were embracing the Christian religion because they could see that the emperor favored the Christians and that it was prudent on their part to join the church. It wasn't really for sincere conversion, nomás para favorecerle bien, güey. In fact, Eusebius expressed regret for the large numbers because he saw the action of those new members for the church as hypocritical and self-serving. Do we not know that in our own family and shit? Our own family does that. Or not. Tell me they don't. Yeah, they do. Life and Times of Constantine the Great. It says here, if he were let's see, if he were a true believer, he could hope that his here's where they're mixing the paganism. The style is it's unmistakable. Constantine's. The prayer is also cleverly worded. No pagan soldier could find anything wrong with a prayer addressed to the supreme God. If he were a true believer, he could hope that his prayer would reach Jupiter. Do you understand what that means? That's why when I pray, I'm like, I'm praying to the God that created my bloodline, my father, my father's father, my father's father's father. Like, seriously, I get that serious. Because I ain't praying to no fucking other quote-unquote God. Look at this right here. They created this religion in order to make it favorable for whatever God you believe in. That's why when, Christmas Christians get together, they're like, listen, what do you think this verse means? I think it means this. What do you think it means? Oh, I think it means this. Okay, I guess we're all good. We're all Christians. Yay. So, if your prayer wants to go to Jupiter, it can go to Jupiter. If you're a Freemason and you know what I'm saying, you're praying to God, but it's going to go to Baal, it's going to go to Baal. Seriously, if he was a Christian, he could certainly hope his prayer would reach the Christian God. Since often in the church hymns, the term celestial king was frequently used. This is why English is such a wicked fucking language. In spite of his strong attachment to the Christian religion, Constantine did not forcibly eradicate the old gods. Although Eusebius in his life of Constantine writes, he alone brought down every multi-god error. He dutifully quoted in full text of an edict addressed to the governors of the East, in which Constantine clearly reaffirmed the principle of religious freedom he had first set in Milan. See, Rome. Let no one interfere with one another. Each should do what his soul wishes. Come as you are, as you are. Remember that shit from Nirvana? As I want you to be. That shit was crazy when he sang that song. And when I read this right here, let no one interfere with one another. Each should do what his soul wishes. Whenever I've had conversation, well, not recently this way with my mom, but when I first started, she was like, you just need to let people believe what they want to believe. That's what every Christian says. Then it says, nevertheless, throughout his reign, Constantine never forgot that the majority of his subjects were still pagan and was carefully not to press them too hard or push them far fanatical among them to act of despair. He knew well that with the imperial favor withdrawn from their old religion, the vine would sooner or later wither.
And so the mixture of this together is what is giving us the present day holidays that we see. In the story coming in the Quran, in chapter 19, in verses 24 to 25, and we see the mention of the story of Mary, that Maryam, may Allah be pleased with her, was a virgin, and she had...
So this is why I tell you, you Islamic believing dummies, I'm going to call you that.
Dedicated story of Mary.
You believe in this bullshit, too. The fucking virgin birth. You're against the blood sacrifice, which is evil, but you're all good about the virgin birth. Like angel came down and molested Mary. Like literally, that's what it did. I mean, Mary didn't say, let me have your, sperm. Like, oh, babe, you're pregnant now. Like, what the fuck just happened? I don't know. It's kind of like one of those rape days, I guess. They date rapes. Girl goes out, dude is there, pours some stuff in her drink. She passes out. Next thing you know, she's all sore. Bam. Wow. That's technically what you guys are saying, logically speaking.
19 in verses 24 to 25. And we see the mention of the story of Mary, that Maryam, may Allah be pleased with her, was a virgin, and she had dedicated her life to the worship of one God, prayer and fasting. And by the power of Allah, that the Creator breathed His Spirit into her, and she conceived Jesus. He said, be and it is. She conceived Jesus, Isa alayhi salam.
So they're also corrupt. God just said, like, have my baby. hella stupid. Come on, man. What are we doing here? It's like you believe something, but you don't believe. You know, I mean, do we? Do we not? This is from a book called The Two Babylons of the Papal Worship. It's a pretty heavy duty. We're going to go to page one. I'm sorry, not 197. We're going to go to page 97. Sorry, I went past too fast. Got another way. Page 97. Let me see. The Tammuz. On this page here, matter of fact, I'll go back here. I'll read here first. Page 97 of this interesting book. Okay? It says, this was precisely the way in which, according to Berosus, the drunken festival of the month Tebeth, answering to our December. In other words, the festival of Bacchus. We saw the video earlier and he talked about that festival. Bacchus. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, I think it's talking about February. Was celebrated in Babylon. It was the custom, he says, during the 5 days it lasted, for masters to be in subjugation to their servants. Oh no, I think this is different. And one of them ruled the house, clothed in a purple garment, like a king. IUIC, ring a bell? This purple robe servant called Zagans, I guess, or Saganese, the man of sport and the wantonness, and answered exactly to the Lord of Misrule, that in the Dark Ages was chosen in all popish countries to head the revels of Christmas. Woo! This is you, Republicans, MAGA. This is you guys. This is what you believe in. If you didn't read the Bible, I would not question you. I'd leave you alone because, hey, that's your shit. But you are in this book, and this book is saying that you shouldn't be doing this nasty shit. And it seems like this is a hereditary custom of yours. The nerve of you to come and tell us that we're pagans and shit, when we know, historically speaking now from records, that we were actually keeping the commandments. Unlike you. You're confused as a lost ant in the middle of nowhere. The wasteling boughs of Christmas had its precise counterpart in the drunken festival of Babylon. Why do you think every October, November, December, people just, it's party time? No, I think maybe like 20 years ago, people really stopped celebrating Christmas like as a family gathering. It was more like, hey, hi, we're here, bye, that's it, I'm gonna go party. Maybe 30 years ago, shit. The many of the other observers still kept up among ourselves at Christmas came from the very same quarters. Now I'm gonna tell you this, Raza, y'all are stupid. I'm gonna call you out right now. Y'all are fucking dumb. You guys are fucking dumb. You're celebrating a damn holiday that the God hates. Oh, but you love God. Oh, but it's costumbre. Oh, it's not about the Christmas. It's about family. Shut up. You're fucking dumb to even say that. You're adults, for God's sakes. You're grown-ass people. Like, think about it for a moment. I could lie to my kid for a little while when I was in this world about, you know, Santa Claus coming down in the fucking chimney that we didn't have. Somehow I made him believe it. And to this very day, you guys are still confused about this fucking tree. Like, oh no, it's costumbre. Oh, like, shut up. It just shows weakness. It shows a weakness that you don't know how to rule your house. That's what it is, Mr. Hard Tough Guy. A ver, güey, muy chingón, cabrón. Then make it come to reality where your children stop celebrating this shit and your wife as well. Make it happen if you are the leader of the house. But you want to know something? A lot of you are not leaders of your house. A lot of you bend the fucking knee. That's a fact. Raza, it's time to step up and be honest with yourself, man. Your woman is ruling your ass. That's why you're still in this Christmas. I mean, unless you're loving this shit, because if you're, then I can't help you. If you're in here like you're the first one instead of her, if you're the one setting up the lights and shit, then you, I hope you burn. The candles in some parts of England lighted on Christmas Eve, and you, so long as the festive seasons last, were equally lighted by the pagans on the eve of the festivals of the Babylon god. Now, I do want to say this for you guys that are always like, oh, well, you know, why are you celebrating June 4th? Maybe you don't believe in the book, right? Whatever. You're like an Indian, Native American, or quote unquote Native American, and you don't believe in the book. But you're like, why are you celebrating 4th of July? Why are you celebrating Christmas?
Bruh.
See that? If you're going to stand tall, you better stand tall on everything. Everything. The candles in some parts of England lighted in Christmas Eve, and you, so long as the festive seasons last, were equally lighted by the pagans on the eve of festivals of the Babylon god, to do honor to him. For it was one of the distinguished particularities of his worship to have lighted wax candles on his altars. You see, that's why they burn candles in the churches. The Christmas tree.
Bruh.
Hold on a second. Hold on. The Christmas tree, now so common among us Mexicans. Oh, I don't like white people. I don't like that they're deporting us. Okay, fucker, then why are you celebrating his holiday? If you so-called Mexicans, right, you raza and shit, you cholos and all you motherfuckers that don't like the white man because of what he's doing, why are you celebrating his holidays, fuckfaces? Why are you out there doing that? Why are you going there buying your kids gifts and shit? You can't say no to your kids now, can you? You putting shit on layaway now in August. Now in July, because August is in a couple days. See? And I know I hurt your feelings because several of you showed up, and as soon as I said that shit, several of you left. I'm glad, bro. I'm glad I'm hurting your feelings because guess what? These are facts. You guys are all, oh, I'm against the border. I'm against the immigration, deporting a gente. But this Christmas, you're going to fucking celebrate, aren't you, fucker? But this Thanksgiving, you're going to buy a turkey, and you're going to celebrate it with your family, aren't you, fucker? Oh, but I'm with my people, bro. I don't like the fact that they're deporting them. But you're going to eat Christmas on Christmas Eve. And you're going to go and celebrate the fucking rosca with your family on January 6th.
That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
It's time that you guys start hearing the real fucking fact. You can't pick and choose what your enemy has given you. You know what I'm saying? You either deny everything that he's given you, or you take everything that he gives you. You can't pick and choose because then you're a hypocrite, and now you're weak. So all you raza that's out there with your channels and shit, you know what I'm saying? You like about our people, right? Against deportation. Don't celebrate Thanksgiving. Don't celebrate Christmas. Joe, check it out, Joe, real quick, because we're watching a video right now. This guy came out of nowhere and shit. He started talking about all kinds of fucking weird ass fucking Canaanites. Your pride in your company there, your pride in your races in the desert that is the world. He's a negro. He's really mad at this channel. And he's just trying to say that we're Canaanites and shit. That's really what he's saying. Hold on a second. I invited him to come to the, to the chat and see if maybe he may actually have some sense. For the first time, maybe some of you guys, maybe one of you would actually have something good to say. And you know what happens? They never do. They don't show up. They don't click the link. They don't even express themselves even properly. Like, as a matter of fact, I would like to hear them. I would like to hear, let me hear your, conscious argument. Maybe, these postings and textings and all that shit doesn't really come across very well. So let me hear what you have to say. And guess what happens? Nothing. They keep posting shit. And they get mad. And then we find out that they're actual Canaanites, West African Canaanites, Negroes that are just mad at the fact that I keep bringing out facts and they can't debunk the shit. Don't celebrate Halloween. How about you do that? How about you do that? Heathen and infidels. Because those holidays don't belong to us, gente. Christmas don't belong. I know you think they do. Oh, es el Día de los Muertos. No seas pendejo, güey. Esa madre is not real. Sounds good. Listen to me, buddy. Listen to me, buddy. Listen. I'm saying Hebrew is a Canaanite language, which is true. Sounds good. Show me. Give me the source. Where the fuck are you saying this from? Give me the source. And if you're saying Hebrew, that means you're relating the Bible. But then reference the Bible as well. Give us a source that says Hebrew language is actual predominantly Canaanite, which is Hamitic, and then go to the Bible and prove it. You see what I'm saying? We don't fuck around in this fucking channel, bro. I'm not jacking up. Bro, listen, this is the thing, man. You guys are kids. You guys are fucking young-ass Negro kids that your dad probably told you, like, oh, we're Hebrews. No, man. Listen to me, Negro. Listen to me, bro. You are such a young fucking dumbass that you don't even know what you're talking about. If we went through Deuteronomy 28, I would embarrass your ass. You know what I'm saying? Bro, listen, wake the fuck up. I'm giving you the chance to prove it, and you're not saying nothing. You're just talking shit. I'll give you an example. Who brought smallpox to the Americas? Who brought smallpox to the Americas, Negro? Who brought smallpox to the Americas? Orange orangutan, do me a favor, bro. Who brought smallpox to the Americas? Please, let me know. Who brought smallpox to the Americas? Oh, I'm older than Sing Cholo. Who brought smallpox to the Americas? Orange man. My mom? Okay. That's your answer? But you come here to talk scholarly? And that's your fucking answer? That's how I know that you're a fucking dumbass Negro, bro. Because you guys say dumb shit like that all the fucking time. This is why you have no respect. This is why I demolish your shit all day, every fucking day. This is what you told me. Who brought smallpox to America? You said my mom. You want to know something? You think I'm going to be offended? Like, oh, fuck, I'm so mad. Hey, Job, I'm mad, Job. I'm so fucking mad that my mom brought smallpox to America. I'm so mad. Actually, you're not. I'm a scholar and a gentleman. No, by you saying that shit right there, it sounds like you're fucking dumb, a Negro, and you don't know how to wipe your ass. Like, more likely, you don't even want to touch your ass. Like, more likely, you leave shit stains in your underwear. That's what I see about you. Like, if you really were like some sane man, you would never have told your mom. What the fuck is that about, bro? That's so stupid, dude. Like, for real, bro. Like, I wouldn't even say that shit. You know what I mean? Even if I try to disrespect you. Pendejo way. Grow the fuck up. Do me a favor, man. Do me a favor. Do me a favor, my friend. Where you at? Where you at? You're right here, right? You're right here. How about we take you for a little bit of a timeout? And then maybe, just maybe, you may have some sense to say. Why do you think it's such a big deal in Babylon, the country that you hate at this moment? Look, you see that snake? Hey, by the way, that's some gay shit. I wipe my ass with your tongue. Like, who thinks of that shit? That means you is that what you do? Is that what it is? Damn. Damn, bro. See what I'm saying, family? Projection. Canaanites always project. They eventually tell you what they want. I wipe my ass with your tongue. That means that's like what is that called? It's in the scriptures, bro. Moloch. Moloch likes for you to shit in his face. Moloch likes for you to shit in his face. I've been saying it, bro. He's a fucking negro. He's a negro from the get-go, bro. I was telling him like that, bro. He never denied it. That's why I know. Pobrecito. Es un pinche negro, güey. Y no sabe que es negro. Pendejo. Take the trunk out of it, and it's basically, don't threat on me. It says here, the Christmas tree, now so common among us, was equally common in pagan Rome and pagan Egypt. In Egypt, that tree was the palm tree. In Rome, it was the fir tree. Do I have to do it? Do I have to do it, for God's sakes? You know, it's like, do I have to fucking do it? Really, does it have to go this far? Do I have to be that simple to you? What do you guys see right there? Look at this. The dollar bill. What are we reading? Do you understand this stuff? Is it making sense? In Egypt, the tree was a palm tree. In Rome, it was a fir tree. I understand the concept of the pyramid. If you really are against these kidnappings, I want to say it. I don't even want to call it that deep or shit. Kidnappings. If you really are against these kidnappings, then don't celebrate their holidays. Don't celebrate Halloween. Don't celebrate Thanksgiving. Don't celebrate Christmas. Those are European holidays. If you really are about this business. But you're not, because a lot of you, raza, you don't rule your house. You too scared. You're too scared to tell your woman, that's it, that's enough. I don't give a fuck. I ain't doing that shit no more. Nah, way. You're too scared to lose her. You're too jealous to see another man without even thinking. If she really left your ass, she would have done it already. You see what I mean? No. But hey, you say you love the Most High. Oh, you say you love your people. Well, then fucking show it, man. The palm tree, denoting the pagan Messiah. You see this? As Baal Tamar. The fir referring to him as Baal Bereth. The mother of Adonis, the sun god and great mediatorial divinity, was mystically said to have been changed into a tree. Which is why when you guys go celebrate Easter, you know, Easter, right? Is an egg. 9 months later, it's Christmas. The tree is born. Jesus is born. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is, you guys don't get it, do you? If the mother was a tree, the son must have been recognized as the man of the branch. And this entirely accounts for the putting of the Yule log in the fire in Christmas Eve and the appearance of the Christmas tree next morning. I'll guarantee you, you stupid asses that are waiting for December 12th to go get on your knees and worship some fucking Virgin Mary that never happened. Worship a damn demon, the Queen of Heaven, that the Bible says don't do, and yet you do. You either have to be destroyed or I have to constantly remind you how stupid you guys are. Mexicans, I'm telling you right now, you're a bunch of fucking dumbasses. I'm telling you right now, you believe in a fucking holiday that don't belong to you, stupid asses. It does not belong to you. But hey, you don't like what the gringo's doing, huh? You don't like his gentrification, but you like it's fucking Christmas. Hey, so I needed to like boot him out a little bit for a moment. I'm sure he's gonna come back. He says, I wipe my ass with your tongue. The serpent. Like, bro, like nobody thinks of stuff like that. Nobody says stuff like that. Nobody's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to smash you with my fucking shit. Like, what do you mean? Nobody smashes nobody with their shit. I'm going to wipe you with my toilet paper that I just ran through my fucking chicloso. It's like, what the fuck, bro? What is weird? You guys are weird. Oh, but that's right. That's right. Because you're black and it's okay. Because you're black and it's forgiven. Oh, that's right. Because you're black and you think you're Hebrew. Shut the fuck up. Fucking early. Yeah, they are make you go, I don't want gringos, get out. Gringos, get out. Okay, then stop celebrating this Christmas. As Zoroaster, the seed of the woman, which named also signified Ignigena, or born of the fire, he has to enter the fire of Mother Night that he may be born next day. Like, do you see this stuff right here? Look at on page 98. I'm just going to skip it a little bit. It says, now the great God cut off the mist of his powers and glory and was symbolized as a huge tree, stripped off all its branches and cut down almost to the ground. But the great serpent, the symbol of life restoring, the Oculapius, twists itself around the dead stock. And lo, at its sides up sprouts a young tree, a tree of an entirely different kind, that is destined never to be cut down by hostile power. Do you see where the Bible now is kind of talking to you? What was it? I think Obadiah talks about that. It says, 1 and 3, Obadiah. The pride of thine heart has deceived thee, thou that dwelleth in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? A tree of an entirely different kind that is destined never to be cut down by the hostile power. Even the palm tree, and well-known symbol of victory. The Christmas tree, as has been stated, was generally at Rome a different tree, even the fir. But the very same idea as was implied in the palm tree was implied with the Christmas fir, for that covertly symbolized the newborn God as Baal Bereth, Lord of the Covenant. Lord of the covenant, and thus shadowed forth the perpetuity and everlasting nature of his power, now that after having fallen before the enemies, he had risen triumphant over all of them. Therefore, the 25th of December, the day that was observed at Rome as the day when the victorious God reappeared on earth, was held at the Natalis Invicti Solis, the birthday of the unconquered sun. Now the Yule log is the dead stock of Nimrod. So when you burn a log in Christmas, you are burning the old stock. When you have that tree, that's the new stock. That's the birth of Christ, the Son. But cut down by his enemies. The Christmas tree is Nimrod, Revivius, the slain God come to life again.
Without a father, without a man. That is a belief of Islam. When she felt the pain of the pregnancy, the angel came to her and told her to go outside of the city. She went outside of the city to a remote area, and there she found a palm tree, and she found water. And it was speaking about rutub, janniya. It was speaking about a type of rutub or a type of dates. It's at the height of the heat that the dates become ripe. And so it's at that time that she gave birth to Isa alayhi salam. Even in the Christian traditions, they have the belief that the shepherds were tending their flocks outside. And in Palestine, you cannot keep your flocks outside. In the wintertime, in the evening, you bring them in because it's cool at night. And so it was the warm weather. It was also the time of the taxes in the north. So from different points of view, we understand that Isa alayhi salam was not born during the winter season. He was born in the warm weather. So who was it that was born in the winter season? Who is that character now? Number one, you have to understand this concept of Saturn, the concept of Bacchus. When they are portrayed, they're usually portrayed as a heavy-set man with a white beard. And when in the Sistine Chapel, Michelangelo drew his picture, you could see the long flowing beard, and there are actually pictures of this man on a sled being drawn by snakes with wings. Snakes do not normally fly. Sound familiar to you now, doesn't it? He's performing miracles. He's coming out on December 25th, which is not the birthday of Isa alayhi salam, has nothing to do with Christianity, and he is representing riotous fun, drunken revelry. And so what happens on Christmas, the Christmas season, especially in America, people today are not even thinking about Isa alayhi salam. They're not even thinking about Jesus. They're looking how they can get drunk. On Christmas, what is going on? In the Caribbean and many parts, if they offer you a Christmas pudding or Christmas pie or Christmas drink, watch out, because it's probably laced with rum or wine. Now, this riotous occasion went so far that the Christian church banned it. And the Church of England actually banned it all the way to 1647. It was prohibited in England to celebrate Christmas because they saw Christmas as being a pagan holiday. We hear
You see that right there? You hear that yourselves? All it took was one law to pass a celebration, and now I just jumped on it again. If you're really against these people, you wouldn't celebrate their holidays and give them money, dumbasses.
Hear about the name of Saint Nicholas. According to some historical reports, Saint Nicholas was a Christian bishop who lived in the 4th century. He used to spend his time in prayer and fasting.
You guys notice this guy never brings out no scriptures at all? He's just talking shit. Just talking shit. Has no understanding. Doesn't say to you, like, listen, go to this verse, go to that verse, and this is where it actually explains to you guys how things should be. How about we do this ourselves? Sirach 6:37 talks about exactly the same thing that you're not doing. Let thy mind be upon the ordinances of the Lord, and meditate continually in his commandments. He shall establish thine heart and give thee wisdom at thine own desire. You have never shared, you have not given us one verse of the Bible. Not one. All the shit that you're saying, West African Negro, you're not saying nothing. Not even one. You have not given us one scripture. Not fucking one. Post shit, say shit, and then assume shit. The scriptures you do not hear. Why would I? Can you give us one? You haven't given us one scripture. You see yourself as righteous already. So be righteous as you are. You're like, what are you, like fucking Danielson and shit? Sensei, Danielson, I will make sure that you find me, Danielson. You guys are weak, bro. Listen, this is why I laugh at you guys, man. Because when you fuck around with me, I'll joke around. But when you get serious with me, dude, I destroy you guys. You guys are weak as fuck.
And he loved children. And he spent his time dealing with children. There's another concept, which is even deeper than that. And that is that St. Nicholas himself is actually coming from the ancient writings of Beowulf, which are done in the Scandinavian region. We find the name Nick or Nickel or Nicker. He was known as a demon, the demon of the north. And so in Germany and in many of the northern countries, they would tell their children in the wintertime, don't go outside, because if you do, Nickel will come along, he'll capture you, put you in his bag, and take you away. And so they used it as...
By the way, I have a sister that proved it. In her island, they used to say, no te portes mal porque el pinche negrito va a venir por ti. See, this is the thing, bro. Like, it doesn't matter what you say, man. It doesn't matter, dude. Like, you're really letting your people down, bro. You guys always let your people down in this channel, dude. I'm being serious, bro. I'm being serious, Orange Man. Orange Man, seriously, bro. I know you black and shit. No, it's all good. But your people never fucking, never, ever, ever represent your shit in this channel. You guys always fucking say shit, run shit, never do nothing real legit in this shit. Ever. At all. I'm serious. I'm not trying to be rude to you, bro. I'm telling you, man. Nobody ever shows up. So you're probably very proud right now, like, I'm going to bring my black brothers over here and shit. They never are, bro. They're not going to show up. They're not going to show up, dude. You know what I mean? I wrote your testament, Canaanite. It's my history. You make it. Wait, what the fuck did you write? I wrote your testament, Canaanite. It's my history. You make it yours. Oh, so you're one of those guys? So now you're God and shit like that. Like I told this. So like, listen, family. So this Negro is saying that he's God. Basically, that's what he's saying. He's God. That's what he's saying. He's like, I wrote your testament, comma, Canaanite, comma. It's my history, comma. You make it yours, comma. For you, D-O, capitalized, not know the spirits, dot, no capital letter with the Y. You are marked. You are marked by pride? God. Okay.
It's a negative concept. And so the Germans also, they depicted him as a man with red fur coat. And he was the essence of evil. And the poor children are taught that St. Nicholas is going to come down your chimney. Most people...
Hey, look what he said. I'm your God, not God. You're God. This fucking guy. This guy's a negative for sure, bro. Hey, listen, do me a favor, bro. Do me a favor. When your mama tells you how she had straight hair, it's because that came out of my nutsack. I'm going to say it right now, bro. The only way you Negroes are Hebrews is because you came out of a nutsack. You understand that? The only way you Negroes are Hebrews if you came out of a nutsack. So next time you understand and say like, oh my God, my mom, you know what I mean? She has light skin hair, or she told me that I was native and shit. Do you know damn well that she had me up in that shit and told her, hey, listen, from now on, you will always carry my nutsack. So I'm going to remind you, the only way you can be a Hebrew is if you came out of my nutsack. Or maybe not my exactly one, but a native nutsack. Do you understand that now, Orange Man? Is that going to hurt your feelings? Because that's a fact, bro. The only way you're a Hebrew is because you came out of my nutsacks. Hey, look what he said. Look what he said. This is how I know you guys are fucking simple, dude. He said Freemasons. Freemason golem.
don't have chimneys in my...
Bro, listen. I'm going to tell you this, Negro. Hey, Negro, listen. Listen to me, bro. I had a lot of women in my lifetime, okay? And my wife knows this. She doesn't have a problem with that because I don't do that shit no more. But I had a lot of negras, bro. So that means that if I had a son with a negra, my son would know, you ain't no negro, homie. You are me. You understand that? Your mom is a vessel. That's it. But you are coming out of my nutsack. You are me, brother. And that's what you guys don't know. You guys can only be Hebrews if you come out of the native nutsack. Do you understand that? That fucking huevo right there. Squish it. Squish it. Squish it. Squish it. That's right. I know it hurts you. I know it hurts a lot. But guess what? That's just a fact. That's just an absolute fact. There's no way to get around it. Matter of fact, you know what? I don't even know how else to even say it, bro. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna swing my nuts all around everywhere. You guys are silly, bro.
Miami anyway, but at 350.
I said that earlier. That it was so crazy that I even made my kids believe that he was gonna come down from a chimney and shit. We didn't even have a chimney. He's like, yo, these people in Florida celebrating this shit. He's coming down from a chimney. Like, okay, daddy. Okay, daddy.
50-pound man is going to come down your chimney and bring you presents and keep his clothes white and red and go to all of the homes in the...
Here's the thing that I know about you right there. Because you say, like, I've had you since the womb, Sonny. Okay, sounds good. But, you know, I actually told you that you're negro, and you haven't admitted it. But the fact that you don't want to admit it, is you are negro. And you love this shit. You love being around our gente, huh? Hey, listen, bro. Hey, okay, family. Here's the deal. Here's the deal with Orange Man. He loves being our people. He can't have enough of it. He just wants to be part of it and shit. Hey, listen, bro, if you want to be our gente, you can be our gente and shit. You know what I'm saying? You're still going to be African until my son goes into your daughter and fucking breaks a seed real quick and says, you are now a Hebrew. But if you're a negro from West Africa, nah, you're not a Hebrew. You see what I'm saying? So you okay, bro? You can hang out with us. It's all good. It's all good, my friend. Don't worry about it. But the only way it works is if we put the seed in the nutsack. If we put the seed in that fucking pot. You see what I'm saying? So, as much as you might not like it, oh well, my friend. I'm going to tell you this right now, bro. Because I don't like having sex with all kinds of bitches and shit. But when I was young, bro, I had a lot of them. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's go.
Area and put presents in your stockings and put presents under your tree and then fly back out into space. Flies on.
Actually, he's not, bro. Actually, he's not. My son, he's 14 years old and he's 5'10 and shit, and he does not get punked at all. We are actually tall people in my family. I just happen to be the shortest one.
Into the night. And the father, the poor father who sweat and toiled all year to get you the presents, gets no credit for the present given to the child. And many of us were raised thinking, believing in this. And the people say, well, you know, it's Christmas. Don't you like to have fun? You want to stop the children from having fun? What kind of people are you? What are you teaching the children? You are using the name of Jesus, using the name of Isa alayhi salam, and you are using a figure who historically is the devil. The devil himself, wal-iyadu billah. Isa alayhi salam is described as a very humble person. Most of the time he didn't wear shoes, only 1 or 2 changes of clothing, eating very simple food, fasting most of the time. So what we are actually seeing is that the Christmas occasion was actually the time of evil. It was the time of the belief in the Saturnalia and the Bacchannalia. And because of this, they shifted all of their feelings and their merriment and their evil to New Year's Eve. The Prophet ﷺ, when he spoke about ar-ruqya wa tama'im.
First of all, I'm going to say this to you right now. I talk to my son all the time. We get along very well. And maybe he wouldn't tell me some of the weird shit, but we talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know each other. That's something you don't know about our people. That's what we do. We talk to each other. That's not something you niggas do. You don't talk to each other, bro. Your mom don't know from your dad to your dad don't know from your mom. The fuck are you talking about?
What tiwala? He said all of these things are shirk. That if you hang amulets thinking that this ta'weez or this amulet is going to protect you from something, then you are actually giving power to the creation of Allah and taking it away from the Creator. And so
could also says, why do you have pubic hairs in your mouth? I don't. You're projecting, my friend. So be your little crosses on your necks. I'm sure this is what it's called. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Let me get a different translation. GMB. Hold on a second. Let's see. Charm. Numbers 23 and 23. Surely there is no enchantment against Jacob. So it says there is no magic charm. No, hold on. Neither is there divination. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so this is the way it's interpreted here. There is no magic charm, amulet, no witchcraft. Take it, family. So this is what happens with people that tend to have an abusive home. They like to say real mean shit, that has nothing to do with your household, but has everything to do with their household. So he says, your son talks mad shit about you. Your wife thinks you're a loser. Loser cannon, I guess that's what it means. You should have put an end in that after that. But I find it funny, man, because it's like they really think that the shit that they go through, nobody notices it. Like, bro, you are these problems. You raise these kids. If you have kids, by the way, Orange Man, I mean, fuck, bro. That means that you are the actual example of crime. You don't know how to raise your kids. You don't know how to put them together. You don't even know how to talk to them. No. I'm trying to help you because you don't even know how to raise kids. I can tell by the way you talk. I mean, as a matter of fact, I can tell right now, at least I can assume that you may have like one kid or two, but I bet you have maybe one random fucking piece of shit right there. And for the most part, you have no ideology or understanding of how to raise kids. You don't know how to be a dad. You don't know how to talk to kids. You don't know how to talk to a young girl or a young man. You don't know how to talk to a 5-year-old young girl or a 5-year-old young man or young boy. You don't know nothing about that. Like, you guys absolutely have no concept of none of that shit. And see, that's the difference between me and people like you, because I have that wisdom. And I prove it all day, every day. And you guys are just like fucking silly ass dubs talking about like, oh my God, what did you say? I don't do diaper, bro. There you go. You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? I don't do diapers, bro. That says everything matter of fact, you prove my point. I don't even have to say shit no more. That's how stupid you fucking are. You answered my fucking point. This is why I feel disgusted with people like you. I wish I could have a match. I wish I could meet somebody that has the balls to hit the fucking link and talk to me brain to brain and say to me what the shit that you're saying that can make me incorrect. And I could say to myself, you know what? You are right. Because I got the fucking huevos to fucking admit it. But I'm going to tell you this right now. Ain't nobody on YouTube, nowhere, no one can come to my fucking channel and tell me that I'm fucking wrong. Not you, not your mom, not your fucking baby, not your fucking diaper, none of your black ass, dirty ass crap. Matter of fact, you know what, bro? This is why I don't like people like you, man, because you disappoint your own gente, bro. Your own gente watches my channel hoping that someone can fucking defend them. And every single time that you guys show up and they wait for it and I see them because they post it, you guys fucking flake them. Flake them every single time. Y'all don't ever represent your own people, bro. That's the sad shit. As a matter of fact, listen. If you think you are ballsy, I'll tell you what. Let's do it. Come on, bro. Come on. Represent your shit. Represent your shit. You know what I'm saying? Represent it. It's not difficult. We can talk about it, bro. I'll come to your house. You're going to come to my house? What do you mean, like, you're going to come to my house? Like my physical home? There it goes, right here. You see where it goes, family? Then they want to get physical and shit. Bro, you can come over here anytime, man. I'll fucking box your ass out. And then after that, I'll cut you in slices. Don't ask for what you don't want. There goes the link. Come on, ballsy ass bastard. No magic charm or amulet. He's talking about, here we're seeing that it's against the nation, right? But let me look for this word here. Now that I looked, there's no enchantment. Let me see something. Wait. Oh, stop. Come on, man. So here it says, Leviticus 19:26, ye shall not eat anything with blood, neither shall ye use enchantments, nor observe of time. Do not eat any meat with blood in it. Do not practice any kind of magic, amulets, incantations. Like none of that stuff. I mean, technically, you should know better by now. This is why the scriptures clearly tell you to be mindful of what you're listening to. Even myself, I tell you guys all the time, even myself, man, at any moment, the Most High can just be like, bro, I'm done with you. Boom. And I'll start sounding weird and shit. So be mindful what you're listening to and who you're listening to. 1 Timothy 4:1, now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies in hypocrisy, lies, that's important because we're going to look at something, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, meaning like no matter what you tell them, bro, listen, that you're wrong. I don't give a fuck. That's what they say. I've showed you this video before, but you want to know something? I want to engrave this shit in you. Do you want to know why? Because this did happen.
What's up, everybody? It's Killer BB Doggone Witchfinder General. You got a witch, I burn them up. Just look at y'all leader. Look at y'all Hebrew Israelite founder, Mr. Rabbi Matthews, practicing black magic. Putting that black magic on y'all. That's what got your heads all messed up, thinking y'all Israelite. Let me read this to y'all. Matthews' personal papers and the Sloanberg Library in New York includes 2 amulets of geometric design in Hebrew words borrowed in part from the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What's the 6th and 7th book of Moses? A book on witchcraft, how to perform black magic. These amulets offer a unparalleled, let me say this too, that book ain't written by no black people. That book was written in France by some white folk. These amulets offer an unparalleled view into the hidden transcript and the private settings where Rabbi Matthew performed the most secret, transformative rituals at the hidden heart of black Israelism. The square amulet in Matthew's personal papers was modified from second tablet of the Spirit of Fire found on page 16 of the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What makes the derivation of Matthew's diagram from the Lawrence diagram indisputable is the fact that Lawrence had reproduced a calligraphic error in the Hebrew that Matthew has repeated. So basically, Matthew's bit off the damn book, right? That the Hebrews know for doing shit like that, biting off of something and using it for their own. The word at the bottom, ha-kak, meaning the power, has been miswritten. An errant vertical line closes the gap of the middle letters. See? See this here? I can skip y'all. I might share this one day. I might share this with y'all one day. The 2 amulets shed light on Matthew's esoteric theology, part of luck charm. But at the higher level, the amulet amplifies and expands on Matthew's theology.
I don't want to bore you with all that shit. So now you know what I'm talking about, man. And we're attacking every angle. The Bible expressed it. Clearly says, speaking lies and hypocrisy. Speaking lies. Hypocrites. Yeah, I forgot you're the Negro colonizers as well with the white man too. But you wanted to teach us some other shit. Deuteronomy 18:20 says this, but the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if thou say in thine heart, meaning like if you tell yourself, like, how do we know that they're lying to us? How shall we know the word of which the Lord has not spoken? It says, when a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the thing follows not, let me simplify it. If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord and what he says does not come true, then it is not the Lord's message. That prophet has spoken on his own authority. Why am I sharing that? Why am I this animal? Man. Why am I saying it? Remember this here?
Watch me make a pitch deck 60 seconds. First,
audio from the 90s of Hebrew Israelite camps. In fact, Tahar is going to make a cameo in this in relationship to 2000. After I play it, we're going to bring up Faithful to God and close out the 90s with the false prophecy of 2000.
God is going to send his decree in these last days, and that totally annihilate America. America will be blown off the face of the earth by the year 2000. It's talking about judgment day.
That Christ is coming back on the white horse. And he's coming back. And he's going to take down the white man, the Edomites. That's why your Pope is down in the ground. It's going to happen by the year 2000.
Dude smiles.
You really? That's it, yeah.
Main places that's going to be hit in this thermonuclear war is America. America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days.
That's Tahar.
America has less than 628 days before this country is taken out in thermonuclear destruction. This kingdom, America, is going to be destroyed before the year 2000. Evil kingdom that God spoke of in the Bible. And all you so-called white people, your condemnation, you are condemned to what? Hell. And you're going to be in hell, you're going to be oppressed before the year 2000. Christ is going to come back.
Museum America is going to be destroyed before the year 2000 by thermonuclear destruction.
Let's talk to the creator of the...
Let's read it again. If a prophet, Deuteronomy 18:28, if a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord and what he says does not come true, then it is not the Lord's message. What does it say in verse 20? But if any prophet dares to speak a message in my name, when I did not command him to do so, he must die for it. And so must any prophet who speaks in the name of other gods, claiming to say that shit's going to happen and it doesn't happen. It didn't happen. Let's go back to it. I'm trying to re-emphasize some shit here.
Last days, and that is to totally annihilate America. America will be blown off the face of the earth by the year 2000. It's talking about Judgment Day.
That Christ is coming back on the white horse. And he's coming back. And he's going to take down the white man, the Edomites. That's why your Pope is down in the ground. It's going to happen by the year 2000.
Dude smiles.
You really?
That's it, yeah.
Main places that's going to be hit in this thermonuclear war is America. America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going
Even in the New Testament, the Messiah said nobody knows. So you guys know more than him. But we still see dumbasses in these camps. Clearly. The scripture said, if it don't come true, and that's a big deal, family, then why should you believe these people? Why should you believe anything they're telling you?
going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days.
That's Tahar.
America has less than 628 days before this country is taken out in thermonuclear destruction.
This kingdom, America, is going to be destroyed before the year 2000.
Evil kingdom that God spoke of in the Bible. And all you so-called white people, your condemnation, you are condemned to what? Hell. And you're going to be in hell, you're going to be oppressed before the year 2000. Christ is going to come back.
Museum America is going to be destroyed before the year 2000 by thermonuclear destruction.
Let's talk to the.
So what happened? So what? Hold on. That should destroy everything about these people trying to claim that they're fucking gods, or at least understandings of anybody. They say that, hey, listen, man, you know what, bro? We have the knowledge. And we're saying that unless it doesn't come through us, it's not real. Come on, man. What happened? I guess it didn't happen, did it? Did not happen. I invite you brothers and sisters to stick around and watch. Look at this shit right here, bro. On the loose footing they built themselves up babbling on. They never left Egypt. Symbolically, they defiled themselves in Gomorrah, casting accusations upon brimstones they brought upon themselves. Okay, where is that? Okay, so if you're saying that you guys are Hebrews, where the fuck does that say that in the Bible? What does that say that in the Bible? I mean, if you at the same time you're saying you're Hebrews, where the fuck does that say that in the Bible, bro? Orange orangutan, or orange, whatever the fuck you are, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Dude, listen, I don't think you understand who the fuck you fucking with, man. I don't think you understand who you fucking with. Listen, your BHI group, your 4P shit, all your FBAs, they can try to act like they know the Bible, bro. That they, even in my worst moments of my lifetime, they will never fucking figure me out. You know what I'm saying? They say, come on, bro. Come on, man. Show me some shit. Oh, that's right. You're just going to talk crap. You're just going to say, I'm black. I did not know. It's not my fault. Nah, hell no. It don't work like that. Watch this. It's I wanted to do this live and then show you this recording. Because I think it connects and makes sense to the doctrines of devils that we're listening to. So, you know, we got Old Testament keepers that don't believe in the Messiah. And they technically come from like Khazars and Sephardics, right? But yet the Talmud also speaks about the Messiah, but in a really fucking derogatory way. You know what I'm saying? Like so I want to show you that. I want to show you how certain books, some people claim it never happened, but then the same people that claim it never happened talk about a certain person that supposedly never happened. So check this out. Hold on, Psalms 26:6, it says, I will wash my hands in innocence. So will I compass thine altar, O Lord. You see, they literally took this in literal sense. Just like Christians. Baptism. They took it in literal sense. Go shower yourself and God saves you. You see the confusion? When you're not an Israelite, when your DNA does not have this in you, you will be completely confused. And it has nothing to do with color, family. Even though a lot of people will say you got to have woolly hair or you got to have blue eyes. They're wrong. Isaiah 4:4. Let's read it. And when the Lord shall have washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion and shall have purged the blood You want to know why I let your shit play, man? Because you're a fucking joke, bro. That's why. I let it play because you're a joke. You're a joke. Listen, if you have balls, if you had the fucking guts, you know what you should have done? You should have hit the fucking link. You should have came up here and proved your cause, understanding, said to me, this is what I believe in, and this is what I do. But no, you don't do that. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're like another kid, man. You're like another 28-year-old kid. That's what you are. Listen to me, my friend. Listen to me, man. I can tell who you are. You're dealing with another level of a species. You understand what I'm saying? You're dealing with another level, bro. My friend, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to meet your mom. Out of Jerusalem from the midst thereof by the spirit of judgment and by the spirit of burning. You see, washed away. You see, when you're burning in spirit, that means you know you did wrong. That's what it means. When you love somebody and you did them wrong, your spirit burns. You know that you need the recompense. You need to make up for that. That's why you redeem. That's why it's the redeeming. Let me continue real quick, man, so I can get through this. We got to make these important points because I may come back slowly on this, but I'm trying to emphasize. Mark 11:27. I'm sorry. It says here, and they come again to Jerusalem, and he was walking in the temple. There come to him the chief priests and the scribes and the elders, and say unto him, by what authority doest thou these things? And who gave thee this authority to do these things? You see this? By what authority? Once again, the authority is saying they come from the authority of the precepts of man. And the Mashiach answered and said unto them, I will also ask you one question and answer me. And I will tell you by what authority do I do these things. The baptism of John, was it from heaven or of men? Answer me, he says. So here, it's pretty much like, okay, I'll answer you if you answer me. Because he knew what these guys were thinking. So let's just check this out. And they reasoned within themselves, saying, if we shall say from heaven, he will say, why then did ye not believe him? Because they didn't. But if we shall say, oh, of men, they feared the people, for all the men counted John, that he was a prophet indeed. So see, he's like, they're stuck now. And they answered and said unto the Mashiach, we cannot tell. And the Mashiach answered and said unto them, neither do I tell you by what authority I do these things, which is very fair. But again, authority. That's the same way Paul felt. By what authority do you feel compelled to go do what you do? But what authority? Once again, we see it in Mark 23. Let's go back real quick and then we'll move on. Then spake Jesus to the multitude and to his disciples, saying, the scribes and Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you observe, that observe and do. But do not ye after their works. You see? So here the Messiah, and again, we don't have a lot of clarity because this is all we have. But quite frankly, when you start seeing between the lines, you know what he's talking about. The teachers of the law and the Pharisees are authorized interpreters of the Moses law. So you must obey them and follow everything they tell you to do. Everything they tell you to do. Do not, however, imitate their actions, for they don't practice what they teach. You see, what are we talking about here? What were they doing? What were they doing? What other things were they doing? Now, here the people, from listening to the Mashiach, he's saying, look, listen to Moses, the word of Moses. But if you maybe see something that Moses ain't saying, don't follow their works. Because do not ye after their works. Now, we know here in the scriptures that works also means the application of the commandments or your actions, right? That's what it means. Or are we going to forget? For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. So in a sense, I guess they're teaching these things and the Mashiach knows, bro, they're not even keeping those traditions. They don't wash their hands. They don't do none of that. they go and take a dump, they probably go and eat right after that. But in front of you, they'll say, no, you got to keep the commandments. But all their works they do for be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries, and enlarge the borders of their garments. And they make broad their phylacteries and enlarge the borders of their garments, and love the uppermost rooms at feast, the chief seats in the synagogue, and the greetings in the market, to be called of men, Rabbi, Rabbi. But be ye not called Rabbi, for one is your master, even the Meshiach, and you are all brethren. So you should not be calling these people rabbis or father or spiritual father like you guys in BHI do with Nate the Snake. That's stupid. He's my spiritual father. He's my rabbi. And call no man your father upon earth, for one is your father, which is in heaven. Neither be ye called masters, for one is your master, even the Mashiach. So it says here, but he that is greatest among you shall be your servant. So just because I may have a little bit of knowledge, that don't make me better than you, is what it's basically saying. And whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased. And he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. I never say I'm the smartest, brightest. No, man. I'm humbled about this. Because where I come from, I shouldn't be here. I should be dead. But you guys who feel the great, I'm an expert. Don't mess with me because the Most High will mess with you. That's why you ain't doing shit now. You don't watch your mouth. Y'all think this is a joke. So now, let's get deep into this stuff here. Sanhedrin. Who is these people? Who is these? Who is these, you say? Famous Trails. This is from famoustrails.com. Introduction of what is the Sanhedrin. Let's read this real quick. All right, let's get an understanding of what this is. Sanhedrins come from the Greek term Sunedrion, literally sitting together, meaning council. The Sanhedrin is both a Jewish judicial and administrative body. The Sanhedrin was composed of local elites, including members of high priestly family, scribes, religious experts, and lay elders. It probably operated under some sort of Roman oversight, at least with respect to its taxing. Ooh. What does that sound like, family? It sounds like 503Cs, like these camps. That's what it sounds like. According to the Gospels, Jesus was brought before the Jerusalem Sanhedrin, presided over the high priest Joseph Caiaphas. Okay, so we understand this. Now, this is interesting because here the Sanhedrins were both made of high priestly family, scribes, and lay elders. Is this why this is here? 1 Corinthians 1:18, for the preaching of the Christ is to them that perish the foolishness. But unto us which are saved it is the power of God. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputers of this world? Had not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? For after that, in the wisdom of God had the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. So here he's getting into what he is going to do. Okay, he's saying, where's your smart elders? Where's your elitists? Your scribes, your top notch people, right? So it says here, verse 25, because the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men. For ye see your calling, brethren, how that not many wise men after the flesh, scribes, not many mighty, elites, not many noble, those priestly type of people, you know what I'm saying? People in a position are called. But God had chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. People that were not considered of great authority. People that were illiterate and not studying the traditions of men. The Talmud, the Zohar, all of those things that eventually evolved. And God had chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty. And base things of the world, and base things of the world. And things which are despised had God chosen, yea, and things which are not, to bring not things that are. You see here now? He said, no, I'm not gonna give the understanding to these so-called people that worship me with their lips. Nah, I already know what they're about. So here we see that they're made up of those people. And what do we see familiarity? Because remember, past, present, future, we're here all over again. It probably operated under some Roman oversight, at least with respect of taxing, law enforcement, or other administrative functions. 503Cs, just like the schools. Operating on teaching about Jesus, pretty much. Now, these people have been around since supposedly 200 CE, becomes a technical term for rabbinic court. So now a tractate in the Mishnah prescribes the procedures the Sanhedrin is to use. The excerpts below, taken from the Mishnah tractate, might shed light on the procedures used in the case of Jesus. One caution, however, the Mishnah was not compiled until 200, and it is therefore possible that some of the procedures and restrictions described them in the Mishnah tractate were not enforced in the time of Jesus. Possibly. The Gospel of John indicates that the Sanhedrins turned Jesus over to Pilate because it lacked the power to impose death. Pilate said to them, "Take him yourself and judge him according to your law." They replied, "We are not permitted to put anyone to death." The Mishnah, however, clearly shows that the Sanhedrin did have the power to impose death for certain crimes, at least sometime before 200 CE. In particular, the Mishnah Sanhedrin 6.1 to 6.4 specify the procedures of stoning, for stoning, which is true. There is no evidence to suggest that the power did not exist in 30 CE. On the contrary, there is evidence that the Romans preferred to leave as much power as possible to control religious crimes in the hands of Jewish authorities. You see this here. So these people here are a particular group. Mishnah Sanhedrin, it says Mark and Matthew indicate that the trial before the Sanhedrin occurred at night, and a capital trial at night was illegal. Mishnah Sanhedrin 4.1 confirms the illegality of a capital trial at night, assuming that the law stated in Mishnah existed in 30 CE, right? Now, Mark indicates that the charge against Jesus was blasphemy, and you're going to see that word later on that pertains to us. You have heard that the blasphemy, Mark 14:64, under Mishnah Tractate 7.5, blasphemy consists only of uttering the name of God. There's reason to question whether, in fact, that was the charge against Jesus. It is assured to be the charge, however. Mishnah Tractate 7.4 makes clear that execution by stoning was an available option for a crime. So we see here requirements of conviction, postponement of final sentence until the day. We see the word Mishnah, capital punishment, right? Capital punishment. Check this out. It says here, the hand of the witness shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterwards all the hand of all the people. All that have been stoned must be hanged. Check this out. None is hanged save the blasphemer and the idolater. You see that? Only the blasphemer and idolater can be hanged. A man is hanged with his face to the people, and a woman with her face to the gallows. A man is hanged, but a woman is not hanged. He hanged 80 women. The reason I'm bringing this up too, it's because I technically was supposed to bring this up later, but now that I have it, I might as well bring it up. I don't want to forget. One of the things we're going to touch on is about hanging. Okay. Let me remind you, just real quick, man. Fuck, I didn't want to touch on this, but I guess I'm going to have to do it right now. Okay, so just kind of, my bad. Ride with me real quick. All right, so we are talking about, what's his name? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. We're going to go to Okay. So let's go to this time here. Okay. So this Maccabees, it's in the year 167. Keep in mind that the Greeks came around 330 something BC to those regions. Okay. All right. So here we see the Maccabees also spelled Maccabees, were a group of Jew rebels, warrior who took control of Judea, which at the time was part of the Seleucid Empire. Now, this guy came from Alexander the Great. When Alexander the Great died from fucking being, his whole pedo shit, he had syphilis shit. So this is where he came from. So he died, Alexander the Great, do your history. I'm just going to go real fast. Well, I should have just fucking. Okay, there we go. So I'm giving you the history of what this is coming from. When the Greeks came, okay? Right? Now we're seeing that the Greeks came in 312. This guy ruled from Alexander the Great, who came in 356 BC. Do you understand now? They came to that region. When he died, it was split in four. This is one of the empires that had control of that stuff, of those lands that were split between four people. So now we're here back into this region, okay? Just like quick history. So now the Maccabees, a group of, people, rebel warriors who took control of it, which at the time was part of these people. So you understand now who's in power? Greeks were in power. Its leaders, the Hasmoneans, who were still Hebrews, founded the Hasmonean dynasty, which ruled from 167 BC to 37, being a fully independent kingdom from 104 to 163 BC. They reasserted I'm not going to call this name, but you know what I'm saying, the Hebrew religion, expanded the boundaries of Judea by conquest and reduced the influence of Hellenism and Hellenistic Judaism. But however, if you understand who this guy is, Herod, 4 BC, Herod married into this, not necessarily he, but through the mother, he basically, Herod the Great, this guy. So Herod the Great, which is from the bloodline of the father of Alexander the Great, was a Roman Jewish client king of Herodian kingdom. So Herodians are who? The clients. Okay, let me go back. Herodian kingdom was a client state of the Roman Republic. The Roman Empire ruled from all that shit, right? By Herod the Great. You see this? Who was appointed king of the Jews by the Roman Senate. He was appointed king of the Jews by the Roman Senate because his mom was a Jew, supposedly. I mean, I'm not supposedly. His mom was a Jew. When Herod died, the kingdom was divided into his sons, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's go back a little bit here. This is all biblical. I mean, you can't see this in the Bible, like this story, like the way it is, but this is who they're talking about. Right? So let me go back. Let me go to his mom. Check this out. See, parents, where are you at? Father. See, Father Antipater, the Idumea, Edom. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not lying to y'all. You guys can do the history on this too. All right, so the father's here. Where's the mom? Herodian, his father was Antipater. Yes, but who did you marry? Spouse, Cyprus? No, Herod the Great. Hold on a second, real quick. Anyways, so this is why I thought it would be important to bring you this history, so you can understand. Sanhedrins, these people were already infiltrating into this teaching. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because remember, the scriptures talk about, they base it on Abraham. That's it. Abraham is our father. They said that. The Pharisees specifically said that. Why do you think that was important for them to say that? For me, at least for my understanding, is that if you look at the history that they're showing us and the stuff that we read, they've been infiltrating for some time. And that's why you have the Babylonian Talmud, which is what I'm going to talk about. This is pretty crazy shit. So let's get rid of this here real quick. And let's move on. Oh, here it goes right here. That's what it was looking at. According to the account. Give me a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, got it. Perfect. All right, check this out now. Now we're going to look at this particular discussion. See, I'm sorry, family. I really didn't mean to put this one in there. It kind of did throw you off a bit, but that's regarding something later on. Here was what I was talking about. So there's talking about on what authority, right? On what authority? Okay. Then it says your life and times of Jesus. This is from ccel.org. Let me see what this is. The life and times of Jesus the Messiah, Alfred Edersheim. Okay. Check this out. It says, let me go back. The question of Christ's authority. Okay. We just read that a little bit. So let's read that. For there was no principle more firmly established by the universal consent than that authoritative teaching required previous authorization. Indeed, this logical followed from the principle of rabbinism. All teachings must be authoritative, since it was traditional, approved by authority, and handed down from teacher to disciple. The highest honor of the scholar was that he was like a well-plastered cistern. Oh man, I can't lose that. A well-plastered cistern, from which, hold on a second, sorry, family. Okay, from which not a drop had leaked of what had been poured into it. The ultimate appeal is the case of discussion was always to some great authority, whether an individual teacher or a decree by the Sanhedrin. In this manner, had the great Hillel first vindicated his claim to be the teacher of his time and to decide the dispute then spending. Now, it's basically talking about the difference in regarding to authority. Who gave them the authority? The person to be ordained had to deliver a discourse. Hymns and poems were recited. The title rabbi was formally bestowed on the candidate and authority given to him to teach and to act as a judge, to bind and loose and declare guilty or free. Nay, there seems to have been even different orders according to the authority bestowed on the persons ordained. You see this here real quick. So there was such a thing as under what authority? This is why it says here. It says, otherwise also, here, let's read this real quick. The question, therefore, is with which the Jewish authorities met Christ while teaching was one which he had a real meaning and appealed to the habits and feelings of the people who listened to Jesus. Otherwise also, it was cunningly framed, for it did not merely challenge him for teaching, but also asked for his authority in what he did, referring not only to his work generally, but perhaps especially to what had happened on the previous day. They were not there to oppose him, but when a man did as he had done in the temple, it was their duty to verify his credentials. Finally, the alternative question reported by St. Mark, if thou hast not proper rabbinic commission, who gave thee this authority to do these things? Seems clearly to the point of their contention that the power which Jesus wielded was delegated to him by none other than Beelzebub. You see that? Now, this is why I think when there's Christians came here, or these Talmudic Jews, which we'll get into, this is why I believe they said that We knew the laws because the devil taught us the laws. We were keeping the commandments because the devil gave us the commandments. Check this out. To the point in our Lord's reply seems to have been strangely overlooked by commentators. And his words are generally understood, they would have amounted only to silencing his questioners, and that in the manner which would, under ordinary circumstances, be scarcely regarded as either fair or ingenuous, meaning like not sincere. It would have been simply to turn again a question against themselves, and so in turn to raise popular prejudice. But the Lord's words meant quite other. He did answer their questions, though he also exposed the cunning and cowardice with which prompted it. To the challenge for his authority and the dark hint about satanic agency, he replied by an appeal to the Baptists. He had borne full witness to the mission of the Christ from the Father. So here we see how they're insinuating, right? Insinuating. Again, once more, under what authority? Under what authority? Under what authority? Let's continue. I think I've said enough on that. Now let's look at this real quick. I found it to be interesting because I was actually looking at this topic, and check this out. So is this the Pharisees' tradition that the Jesus rebuked in the Talmud? Mark 7, 9, 13. It says, all too well you rejected the commandments of God, that you keep your traditions. For Moses said, honor your father and your mother, and he who curses father or mother, let him be put to death. But you say, if a man says to his father and mother, whatever profit you might have received from one is Corban, that is a gift to God, then you no longer let him do anything for his father or his mother, making the word of God of no effect through your tradition, which you have handed down, and many such things you do. See? It says you're making the word of God of no effect through your tradition, which you have handed down. Here, Jesus appears to be citing specific halakha of the Pharisees, where they excuse a man from financially providing for his needful, elderly or alien parents in order to give it to Corban or at the temple. He was referring to the traditions. Jesus referred to as the traditions were orally transmitted. You see that? By the Pharisees at the time, but would be committed to writing after the Bar Kokhba revolt as the Mishnah, or oral law, as part of the Jerusalem Talmud and Babylonian Talmud. You say now what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? Now, this is interesting as well. Check this out. See if it's going to, I don't know if I got the right link. Oh, I do. Okay, cool. I do have the right link. Here we're looking into ritual hands washing before meals. Traditionally, Jews are required to wash their hands before eating any meal that includes bread or matzah. Masa, como la de nosotros. The ritual known as the netalat, whatever, that Yiddish shit, is typically done using two-handed cups, but any vessel will do. There are various customs regarding how the water should be poured. You see that? Various customs, traditions of man. It says, but common practice is to pour twice on the right hand, followed by twice on the left. That is reversed for those who are left-handed. You see this? The Hasidic custom is to pour 3 times on each hand. The traditions of man. Why did your disciples not wash their hands before they eat? Messiah's like, why? Those are traditions of men. Right? You see this right here. They're not lying. Origins of it. The traditions of prior to eating bread originated with the rabbis of the Talmud. I have not been lying to you. The Talmud, the set of teachings and commentaries on the Torah that forms the basis of Jewish law, Compromise of the Mishnah and Gemara. It contains the opinion of thousands of rabbis from different periods of the Jewish history. You see this? So we already saw a corruption of the scriptures here. Since the get-go, that's why it was said here. It was said here. Deuteronomy 4 and 7. I'm sorry, 4 and 2. God, 4 and 7. What's wrong with me? Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye keep the commandments of your Lord God. I'm sorry, of the Lord your God, which I command you. You see that? And he also repeats it here. For verily I say unto you, Matthew 15:8. I'm sorry, 5:18. Till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall no wise pass from the law till it be fulfilled. That's why Mark 5:17 says, think not that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. He didn't take away the laws. He was saying, get rid of those damn traditions of man. Those do not belong to you. Those traditions of man do not belong to you. Is what he's saying. Right? He said it in the beginning. And then he said it in the end, in the middle, and in the end. It says here, Revelation 22:18, for I testified unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book, if any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plague that is written in this book. So he said it in Deuteronomy, he said it in Matthew, and then he says it in Revelation. What more proof do you want? Now let's go to the nitty-gritty. Let's go to the nitty-gritty. Check this out. I got right here the Babylonian Talmud right here. Okay? The Babylonian Talmud right here. Let me get some water real quick. Let me slow down for a second real quick. Give me a second, family. What do we got? Naphtali New School of Thought. I think this is a chick. Yeah, I told you. This is a chick. I teach Negro only. If you were a dude, I'd debate you, but you're a chick. And I already know what you try to teach. It's dumb shit. You go to the white man for your knowledge. You try to teach what the white man said, calls us Canaanites and shit. It's pretty dumb. And then I kind of find it funny how like it's all like a snake. Oh, hi. I'll stick around maybe. I teach Negroes only. I've heard you talk. Trust and believe. You will get destroyed in this channel. You and Fopi. Matter of fact, bring your old daddy over here. I'll smack his ass around. Or that young kid that wears glasses. I did that last time he was here. So don't let her fool you, bro. She thinks she knows what she's talking about. She teaches or she uses Mormonism concept, and then they go far off and say left and right and shit, and they're all over the place. Wobbleism, BHI. It's really fucking dumb, to be honest with you. I wouldn't waste my time with her. Anyways, look, let's check this out. Washing. Right? Washing here. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't see it. Either way, I wouldn't even waste my time, bro. She's dumb. And I mean, hey, listen, you are as your leader. He's dumb too. He's a white man with a tan. He's just a white man with dark skin. That's it. You see, he's got little lips. My lips are thicker than his lips, bro. And he's trying to say he's black and all that shit. Come on, bro. Y'all, it's a joke, bro. You guys are all mixed and shit. You can't say that shit no more. If you really are like, you know, like what you say you are, you're like, you got to be way over there with those dudes and still over there. Anyways, let's continue. So here we see the necessity, chapter 4 of the Mishnah. It says the necessity of washing one's hands and feet for the sake of the Creator. You see this right here? Isaiah. What is to be done with a pot that had not been covered on the eve of Sabbath? You see what I'm saying? This is what he was talking about, traditions of man. How much will thou take for washing them? traditions of man. The washing of hands and feet in warm water towards the evening on Friday is optional. And I say it is meritorious act. Why so? So here we go. Rabbis trying to explain the Bible. Even though it says Deuteronomy, Matthew, and Revelation, don't do that at all. All right, give her a slice of goat cheese and wait 30 minutes. Yeah, that shit is funny, dude. All right, let's continue. Let's see what else. All right, it says it refers to the washing of hands and feet with warm water. You see what I'm saying? The washing of hands and feet. The washing of hands and feet, the washing or drinking on a feast day. See what I'm saying? Washing with warm water. Now, we see here. Now, let's go to halakha. Halakha prevail according to Ben, whatever. Concerning the corpse. Oh, he's talking about the law. Does halakha prevail? Meaning, the law. Does it prevail? Right? Let's see here. Sabbath. Okay. You can see that this halakha word is not a joke. It's here. Okay. And it's called Corbin. Matter of fact, let me see something. Hold on. Let me get out of the screen. My bad, family. Let me see if I could do this. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, I can. Let's see. Right there. A gift offered to God. Sacred treasury. See? This is how they pronounce it.
Strong's G 2878. Karban.
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 Sure, you and your Yiddish. All right, so that's what it means, okay? It prevails, okay? So that's what he's talking about. Let me see if I can find it. It should be here quick. Yeah, that milk would do it, bro. Midnight snack, fall asleep quick. Probably end up in the bathroom quite often. Bro, they literally, all they have is like words in Africa and pictures and assumptions and mistranslations and shit. And yeah, you go in there and actually start questioning the Deuteronomy 28. And what else can you prove that you guys are the people? They can't. Not through food, not through clothing, not through name, not through similarities, none of that. So the only thing that they do is resort to calling us Canaanites. What else can they do? You see, BHI, Wobble, and Fopi, they're all the same shit. Negro only, BHI, Wobble is the same shit. Same tortilla, bro. Just flipped over a little bit. I'm trying to find where it says halakha prevails when it comes to the mother. Halakha's a lot here. Here. Mother. Here it goes right here. Right? It says here. There are 6 things, the interest on which a man consumes on earth, while the principle is given to him to the world. Now, we know that this is in the Talmud. All right? So it says here, honoring father and mother, doing favors to neighbors, and, well, God, it may not even be this one. Hold on. It's funny. My bad, fam. Thought I had it. Possesses father, honor father and mother, doing favor to neighbor, said father to him. Hold on a second. The father child should pronounce the family dedication. Father Abraham. Hold on a second. Father-in-law. That's a lot of fathers. Can you read it real quick? If not, I'm gonna move on. Nope. Nope. Okay. Let me move on from this real quick. Let me give you another example. Give you one example here real quick. This is another one I have, okay? Just trying to make sure that it's engraved and you guys understand what we're dealing with, Talmud concept. This is important. See how much time. Okay, cool. Give it a second. It's a pretty big book. Big book. Big book. So it's the same one. Let me see where I got it. Oh, here it goes right here. My bad, fam. So here is the Mishnah that is talking about washing your hands, okay? Mishnah 9.1. Now they call it halakik here, but it's technically halakha, like this one over here, like that. Okay. That's what it means. All right. So don't forget. It says, Robert Eliezer says, when halakhi authorities are approached with regard to the discussion of a vow, they may broach dissolution with a person who took a vow by raising the issue of how to taking the vow ultimately degraded the honor of his father and mother. Asking him the following: had you known that your parents would experience public shame due to your lax attitude towards your vow, would you still have taken the vow? But the rabbi disagrees with Rabbi Eliezer and prohibits broaching dissolution of a vow with this particular question. To support the opinion of Rabbi Tzadok said, instead of broaching dissolution with him by raising the issue of the honor and his father and mother, let him broach dissolution with him by raising the issue of honoring the honor of the omnipresent. It says he should point out that a vow taken in the name of God lessens the honor of God. So they could ask him, if you had known that your vow would diminish the honor of God, would you have taken your vow? And if so, if this is a valid method of broaching dissolution, there are no vows. Nevertheless, the rabbi concedes to Rabbi Eliezer with regards to a vow concerning a matter that is between him and his father and his mother, that they may broach dissolution with him by raising the issue of honoring of the father and mother. As in this case, the extenuation is connected to the particular vow in a broader or more clear sense. It's saying that if you had known that it was going to break the commandment, would you have honored it would you have honored this to your parents before honoring it to the Most High? If you couldn't honor the word with the Most High? Well, no, of course not. You want to honor the Most High. Well, here's where it says, because of that, if you honor the Most High, you don't have to honor your parents anymore. That's what he's talking about. Honor father and mother, meaning Corbin. Okay. Now let's look into getting deeper into this thing here. Exactly. Does the Talmud say? Now, a lot of us are not aware that the Talmud in the 1500s was printed, and it actually really emphasized their beliefs of how they felt. This is from a book called The Talmud Unmasked, The Secret Rabbinical Teachings Concerning Christians by Reverend Pranaitis, 1892. Okay. Let's see here. Here's the Talmud. The Talmud gets its name from the word lamud, thought, meaning the teachings. Now you guys can relate to the teachings of thought or thought. right? You know, the emerald tablets. A lot of it comes from that. That's why the Babylonian is just it's like a dressed up new teaching. It's all interconnected because you see that in the Freemasonry books, and you know, you start finding the origins of it. Then it says, which teaching is called Talmud. I'm sorry, by metonymy, I guess. It is taken to mean the book which contains the teaching, which teaching is called Talmud. That is, the doctrinal book which alone fully expounds and explains all the knowledge and teachings of the Jewish people. As to the origin of the Talmud, the rabbis regard Moses as its first author. Bullshit. They hold that besides the written law, which Moses received from God on Mount Sinai on the table of stones, which is called the Torah, right? He also received interpretation. Which, by the way, he didn't get it directly from God. We have proven that in this channel. The Most High did not speak to Moses directly. Do you understand? Do you guys understand that? There was a spirit. We need to start washing that shit away. Of it, or the oral law, which is called the Torah, Shabbat P, whatever. They say that this is the reason why Moses remained so long in the mountain, as God could have given him the written law as God could have given him the written law in one day. Yeah, but he would have to explain it, don't you think? Unless it's the Matrix, he just plugged them in and said, and there you go. You know the Bible now. Anyways, Moses is said to have transmitted this oral law to Joshua. Joshua, in turn, to the 70 elders. These elders to the prophets, and the prophets to the great synagogue. It is held that it was later transmitted successively to the certain rabbis until it was no longer possible to retain it orally. Whatever may be said about this story of the rabbis, it is sufficiently known to us that before the birth of the Christ, schools existed in Palestine in which sacred literature was taught. See? You see that? This is why there's nothing new under the sun when it comes to these religions. Nothing new. Whatever religion you think it's new, been here before. The commentaries of the doctors of the law were noted down on charts and lists as an aid to memory. And these, when collected together, form the beginnings of Jewish Talmud. In the 2nd century after Christ, Rabbi Jehuda, who, because of the sanctity of his life, was called the saint, the prince, realizing that the learnings of the Jews were diminishing. By the way, I want to remind you, we already know that Herod was already infiltrating. We already know that John Hyrcanus was converting Edomites. We know this already. So don't be surprised if more came or were in this time, corrupted it, and even more later on in 700, 800 AD. It continues. He collected all the lists and charts for them who took a book with what's called the Sefer Mishnah or the Mishnah, and Deotorises or secondary law. You see this? He divided it into 6 parts, each of which was divided into many chapters. We shall consider these later. The Mishnah is the foundation and the principal part of the whole Talmud. This book was accepted by the Jews everywhere and was recognized as their authentic code of law. You see this? For it was expounded in their academies in Babylon, at Sura, Pumbedita, and Nahardea, and in their academies in Palestine, at Tiberias, Iamenia, and Lydia. As the interpretations increased with the passings of time, the disputation and decisions of the doctors of the law concerning the Mishnah were written down, and these writings constituted other parts of the Talmud called the Gemara. These 2 parts are so disposed throughout the whole Talmud that the Mishnah serves first as a kind of text of the law and followed by the Gemara as the analysis of its various opinions leading to the definite decision. All the precepts of the Mishnah, you see that? All the precepts of the Mishnah, the precepts of men, following the precepts of men. Remember, it said that? Precepts of men. Precepts of men, I think that's how you spell it. Yeah, we just read it. Isaiah 29:13. Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as these people draw near with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their hearts far from me, and their fear towards me is taught by the precepts of men. All the precepts of the Mishnah, precepts of men. Now we are starting to see how the Messiah was dealing with these people, dealing with this doctrine, dealing with these teachings, the Babylonian Talmud, the Mishnah, the Zohar. All of this does have a connection with the Emerald Tablets. Trust and believe it does. The Emerald Tablets talk about these 7 levels. The Mishnah, the Talmud, the Kabbalah, the Zohar all talk about the Sifrod, which has 7 levels. Don't be fooled. Now, check this out. Where am I going with this? Because here we see this. Jesus Christ in the Talmud. Part 1, the teaching of the Talmud concerning the Christian. First, we shall see that what the Talmud teaches about Jesus Christ, the founder of Christianity, and secondly, about his followers, the Christians. Let's see what they say. Many passages in the Talmudic books treat of the birth, life, and death of teachings of Jesus Christ. He is not always referred to by the same name, however, but is diversely called that man, a certain one, the carpenter's son. This is what pertains to us, family. The one that was hanged, the one that was hanged. Don't forget that. Okay? The one that was hanged. Concerning the names of Jesus Christ, the real name of Christ is Hebrew is Yeshua Hanatsri. No, it's not. It's Yahushua Moshe, Jesus the Nazareth. He is called Notzri from the city of Nazareth, in which he was brought up. Thus, in the Talmud, Christians also are called Nostrins, Nazarenes. Since the word Yeshua means Savior, or like Messiah, Meshiach means anointed Savior, the name Jesus rarely occurs in the Jewish book. It is almost always abbreviated to Jeshu, which is maliciously taken as if it were composed of the initial letters of the 3 words Inma Shmo Shemo Verik May, this name and memory to be blotted. May his name and memory be blotted. Wow. Where does it get that? Referencing here. The Jews among themselves do not say Jeshu, but Ishu, so nearly corresponding to the words of this course. When talking to a certain Jew about this some years ago, he told me that it not only meant this, but also Jeshu Sheker, liar, Oteba, and abomination, who would not be deeply horrified at this. This Jew lived in Frankfurt and at Hanover and had traveled all over the world. When he saw how this horrified me, his faith in Judaism began to weaken, for he was not adverse to the Christian faith and had often discussed it with me and Dr. Armando Polano. I also discovered here and there 2 other secret words from the Jewish Kabbalah. Ooh. Which have to do with this name. It is well known that the Israelites are often warned in the sacred writings to shun the worship of Elohi Nektar, strange gods or God. What does Elohi Nektar really mean? By the numbering method of the Grammaria, this letter equals 316, which taken together means the word Yeshu. This is found at the end of the book of Akka Rochel. They therefore teach that to dishonor God by the worship of Elo Nektar, it is the same as to dishonor him by the worship of Jeshu. Behold the malice of the serpent. Antonius also found a marginal note in a book about the Jewish faith and religion. In a Jewish prayer book, there is a certain prayer beginning with Aluni or Elunu. Formerly, the wording contains certain things which were afterwards deleted for fear of Christians. You see that? But the same space remains vacant to warn children and adults that something is omitted there. The deleted words were Hamash Hamashi Takavim, Lehabert, whatever. Those who bow down, listen, those who bow down is generally said about idols, but it's secretly meant for Jesus, whose name is here signified by the letters. See that? I didn't say it. They're saying it. This is important to read because you're going to understand how this relates to us. He is also called Talui, the one who is hanged. Rabbi Samuel, the son of Meir, refers to the fact that it was forbidden to take part in the Christian feasts in Christmas and Easter because it was celebrated on account of him who was hanged. In the days of Constantine, who made changes of religion and placed the figure of the one who was hanged on this banner. Check this out. Let me go back here. The real life of Christ. The Talmud teaches that Jesus Christ was illegitimate. Let me read that again. The Talmud teaches that the Mashiach or MESHIACHA was illegitimate and was conceived during menstruation. Bro. That he had the soul of Esau. Holy mother. Wow. But he was a fool, a conjurer, a seducer, that he was crucified, buried in hell, and set up as an idol ever since by his followers. Once when the elders were seated at the gate, two young men passed by. One of them he had head covered, and the other his head bare. Rabbi Eliezer remarked that the one in his bare head was illegitimate, a mamzer. Rabbi Josh Yehoshua said that he was conceived during menstruation. This dude, Akabi, the convert Akabi, however, said that he was both. Whereupon the others asked heathen Akabi, why did he dare to contradict his colleagues? He answered that he could prove that what he said. He went therefore to the boys' mothers whom he saw sitting in the marketplace selling vegetables and said to her, my daughter, if you will answer truthfully what I'm going to ask you, I promise that you will be saved in the next life. She demanded that he would swear to keep his promise. And the punk-ass Akabi did so, but with his lips only. For in his heart, he invalidated his oath. Then he said, tell me, what kind of son is this of yours? To which he replied, the day I was married, I was having menstruation. And because of this, my husband left me. But an evil spirit came and slept with me. And from this intercourse, my son was born to me. Thus, it was proved that this young man was not only illegitimate, but also conceived during the menstruation of his mother. And when his questioners heard this, they declared, great indeed was this punk, when he corrected his elders. And they exclaimed, blessed be the Lord God of Israel, who relieved his secrets to the heathen Akabi, the son of Joseph. That the Jews understood this story to refer to Jesus and his mother Mary is clearly demonstrated by their book Tolda, Yeshu, the generation of Jesus, where the birth of our Savior is narrated in almost the same words. It says, Sanhedrin 67a. Here. Okay. Of all who are guilty of death by law, he alone is cut by a rose. How is it done? They light a candle in an inner room and place witnesses in an adjoining room outside where they can see him and hear his voice. But where they cannot be seen by him. Then the one whom he tried to seduce says to him, please repeat here privately what you told me before. If the seducer repeats what he said, the others ask him, but how shall we leave our God who is in heaven and serves idols? If the seducer repents, then all is well. But if he does say, this is our duty and it is right for us to do so, then the witnesses outside who have heard of him bring him before the judge and stone him to death. This is what they did to the son of Stada in Lud, and they hanged him on the eve of Passover. For this son of Stada was the son of Pandari. For Shasta tells us that Pandari was the husband of Staba, his mother, and he lived during the time of Paphos, the son of Jehuda. But his mother was Stada, Mary Magdalena, a lady hairdresser, who, in his said, is Pambati, deserted her husband. The meaning of this is that this Mary was called Stada, that is a prostitute, because according to what was taught at Pumbadita, she left her husband and committed adultery. This is also recorded in the Jerusalem Talmud and by Maimonides. Punk Cats Kazari and Ben Shapiro loves this guy. Go ask him. He probably licks his behind all the time. That the mention here is of Mary, the mother of Jesus, is verified in the tract Chahiga. When Behiah was visited once by death angel, the devil, the latter said to the assistant, "Go and bring to me Mary, the hairdresser, that is, kill her." And he went and brought Mary to the children's hairdresser in place of the other Mary. A marginal note explains this passage as follows. This story of Mary, the lady's hairdresser, happened under the second temple. She was the mother of Peloni, that man, as he is called under the tract, namely a seducer. You see the number 5? He alone, namely a seducer who tries to seduce another to worship an idol and to join a false religion. A marginal note says this son of Stada was called after his father, not his mother, although he was illegitimate. That's how they really feel. So I don't know why you Christians are even like, you know, you do what you do. I really don't get it. I really don't get it. But anyways, it says here, fourthly, he is called the one who was hanged, which clearly refers to the crucifixion of Christ, especially since it references to the time of on the eve of the Passover is added, which coincides with the time of the crucifixion of Jesus. In the Sanhedrin 43a says this: on the eve of Passover, they hanged Jesus. Fifthly, as to what the Jerusalem Talmud says about the 2 disciples of the elders who were sent as witnesses on spy on him and who were afterwards brought forward as witness against him. This refers to the 2 false witnesses of whom the evangelist Matthew and Luke make mention. Matthew 27. Let's read it. Matthew 27, what? 63, I think? Yep. Matthew 27, 63. It says, now the next, verse 62, now the next day that followed the day of the preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate. Remember the Sanhedrin, saying, "Sir, we remember that the deceiver said, while he was yet alive, after 3 days I will rise again. Command therefore that the sepulchre be made sure until the 3rd day." Is that what they're talking about? Okay, let's continue. It's all good. On the eve of Passover, they hanged Jesus. I want to emphasize this because we're going to touch on this. Why is it important? Because it relates to you, brothers and sisters. Finally, a punishment for his crime and impiety, he suffered an ignominious death by being hanged on a cross on the eve of the Passover. So that the law was, okay, hold on. Change. Okay, cool. Check this out. Okay. Oh, this right here. Hold on. Look at this. Mother Mary, the mother of Jesus, is called Karia, dung, excrement. In Hebrew, her proper name is Miriam. He who sees them mezabelim, excrementing, sacrificing before their idols. Christian sacrifices are called dung offerings in the Jerusalem Talmud. He that sacrifices unto idols shall be utterly destroyed. Tezer Ayarki, referring to Numbers 25 and 3, teaches that the Gentiles actually honor their God by excrementing before him. I'm not saying this. They're saying this. Check this out. For the Wagon Seal, Sada page 497 says that Boxtorf, in translating the word tifla as foolishness or vanity, did not go far enough. For this name, which is applied to a Christian church, really means a brothel or a whorehouse. Damn. You see, Christians, you see how silly they're making y'all? This is really, like, to me, bro, it blows my mind that you guys are that dumb. But then again, Christian churches, a place of Christian worship is called Bet Tal Tifla, a house of vanity and foolishness. But no, it actually means brothel or a whorehouse. You love those Israelis that much? You love them that much? Check this out. Let me see if I have it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I downloaded it. I just didn't save it. My bad. My bad. My bad. I got a lot to share, family. I hope you guys can stick around, man. This is deep stuff. Because they'll help you understand the Bible a little bit better now that you know these traditions of man. Their concept, their approach, what they're doing, what they're thinking, you know what I'm saying? They were teaching traditions of man. Okay? Page 262. I'll come back to you. This is from a book called The Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews. Okay, The Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews. Let me go back to 262. What am I looking for here? Let's see here real quick. We're going to see the Talmud mentioned several times. I already have my pages taken care of, so it's all good. All right, so we're going to go on page 45. Start reading here, okay? Remember, the book is called Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews. Page 45 says, various stories of Alexander have also come down to us in Talmudic literature, most of them mere anecdotes without any historical value. Thus, the Egyptians and the Jews appear before Alexander to dispute on questions connected with Exodus. Alexander reaches the mountains of darkness and enters a city inhabited entirely by, well, check this out. So, Colomiados, this is how stupid you are. You know the whole island of the Califas, right? The black woman, Califas and shit, you know? This is why everything was very, like, it was romantic. It was just novel. Y'all are fucking dumb. Check this out. It says here, thus the Egyptians and the Jews appear before Alexander to dispute on questions connected with the Exodus. Here's a story. Alexander reaches the mountains of darkness and enters a city inhabited entirely by women. He bandies sophistries with the old men of the south and even flies on eagle's wings. See that? This tale resembles most of those composed of Alexander by the people of the East and the West in the Middle Ages. Dumbasses. Just like Khalifa's story. It's all novelty. Some island, a bunch of women, and they call it Island of Darkness. So una isla negra, which can translate to una isla llena de mujeres que están negras. See, y'all are dumb, bro. Anyways, but again, you know, what should I expect out of useful idiots? Yeah, I'm calling you useful idiot, culo. I know you ain't never gonna look at this channel, bro. You think you're high and mighty, but you won't put your name on the board, bro. Their origin goes back to Alexandrian literature of Hellenistic period. Okay, so we see here. Now let's continue. Because we see in this particular book the mention of the Talmudic story greatly resembles Josephus' story. You see? So there's a Talmud concept even in this time. Page, I'm just kind of skipping some things, getting to the nitty-gritty. Page 47. The political negotiation between Simon and and Antiochus or Antiochus did not, so far as we know, concern the Samaritan question, whereas the Talmudic stories emphasize precisely this: the dispute between the Jews and the Samaritans, kutum in the Talmud, here ends with the destruction of the temple. You see this? So the Samaritans, as you know, do not follow the Talmud. They have the oral, the Torah, and I can't say in Hebrew. I think they have it in Paleo, maybe. But I know that they don't follow the Talmud. A historical element is therefore no more to be sought in the Talmudic story than in the Josephus. Check this out. Alexander's negative attitude to the Samaritans is stressed both in Josephus and in the Talmud. Let me read this real quick. Alexander writes, Josephus honored our people, and of this Hecatus speaks in his book of the Jews. He relates that Alexander gave the Jews the land of Samaria free of tax in exchange for the friendship and loyalty which they elicited. Honestly, I don't know if that's true, because there's no history that says that he talked to them. Let me get to the point. Watch this. The Talmudic story, Antipatris, is mentioned in the place where Alexander met the Jews. The name betrays chronologically inaccuracy, as the city of Antipatris was founded by Herod and was not existent in Alexandria's day. Nevertheless, Hellenistic towns were not built on vacant sites. And we know the name of the previous nearby settlement, which was Kfar Saba, as this is near the shore, and Alexander traveled along the coast of his way by Tyre to Gaza, and back he passed by Kfar Saba. And it might be conjecture that the Talmudic story preserved an important local tradition on a historic meeting between Alexander and the Jews. So the Talmud supposedly said, or the Talmud says, I guess supposedly, that they met. But these are what they say, Talmudic tales. Talmudic tales. Talmudic tales. All right, let's go to page 107. I want to show you something real quick. I found this name in here and I thought it was interesting. Come on, man, move. Check this out. What a way to find this, right? Here, too, the Greek town was first and foremost a polis from the juridical point of view. An independent urban community with a consul, boule. You guys heard of Black boule? Interesting, right? The Black boule. Certified sell, as they call it. Nah, not at all. This is you guys. I know it's a hard pill to swallow, but this is y'all. Right here. Y'all been working together ever since. This is why FOPI and all those black onlys and shit, they cannot comprehend the fact that they were working with the gringos. And now it's like a completely like, oh my God, we never knew their languages. Shut your ass up. So characteristics was this autonomy of the Greek city in Palestine that we sometimes find the Talmud designating the town itself as Adtaniv or Avtanit or Boule. Now, these guys have this name. Why do you think these Khazars don't say nothing? Come on, man. Can't fool us, bro. Y'all working together. Yeah, I know. It hurts your feelings and shit. It hurts your feelings because there's nothing you can do about what I'm sharing. Because I'm not lying. That's what hurts y'all the most. Let's continue here. It says, what was the character of the Pharisees and Sadducees under the Hasmoneans, and whether their late features may also be ascribed to the earlier period, are questions which still await solution. Okay? Check this out. It says here, the latter sentence Eleazar to stripes, a sentence which Hyrcanus thought too light, for in his view it should have been that of death. The Sadducees, who had long hated the Pharisees, exploited the quarrel to alienate Hyrcanus from the Pharisees, proving to the king from the fact that they had not seen fit to punish him as he desired. I talked to a brother today, and he was pretty impressed on the fact that people in his work were this deceiving. And this is what you see, bro, if you're listening. You see the same thing. The Eleazar had expressed the opinion of all the Pharisees. Hyrcanus, enraged against the Pharisees, drew away from them and went over to the Sadducees. You see this? The same story is told again in the Talmud. So this is stuff that we can confirm. It's been talked about even back then. Check this out. Hyrcanus abolished all the laws which the Pharisees had given to the people. Let me go back. Let's read this. This is interesting, right? We're not in the position to judge how far its details are authentic. But the fact that the rift between Hyrcanus and the Pharisees is not itself a doubt. Josephus relates that immediately after the split, Hyrcanus abolished all the laws which the Pharisees had given to the people. Isaiah chapter 58.
Who are you?
Once again, oral traditions, the Babylonian traditions. The Pharisees had given many laws to the nations, and based on ancestral tradition, which had not been written in the law of Moses.
Gotcha, bitch.
Very true. It's all Zionism, no matter how you slice it, my brother. That's very true. I'm glad you're seeing it. In 1492, it hasn't stopped. Since 1492, they've been here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Since 1492. That's why when you hear this culomiados and all these wobbles or BHIs, when it's, oh, we're those people. Oh, we ruled Europe. Yeah, we came and we conquered. Well, what you're doing is you're taking the name of conquistadors that ravaged, savagely killed and raped and murdered our gente. And that's why you guys take this like, oh, yeah, we were them and we conquered them and we enslaved our own people. You see, you talk about it so easily because it don't mean nothing to you, spiritually speaking. You didn't go through this shit. I know we did. That's why we don't let this stick go. You think it's a joke. It's not, spiritually speaking, a joke. If you want to talk spiritually speaking, I always had nightmares that I was watching people walk over me as if I was buried alive. Why did I have those nightmares? Stuff ain't no joke, man. This is serious. The Pharisees had given many laws to the nation. So when the Messiah came, he wasn't doing away with the laws of the Most High. He was doing away with the laws of the Pharisees, the traditions of men. That's what he was doing away with. That's why you guys are going to burn. And you BHIs that don't teach this knowledge, you're all going to burn too for being damn Canaanites. And for other reasons too. Whereas the Sadducean sect opposes, saying that only the written law should be observed, not those arising from ancestral traditions. You see how the Pharisees and Sadducees, why they were such a difference? See, we didn't really know this before. And IUIC didn't teach this because they're also part of the group. They're all infiltrated, man. Nate the Snake graduated from a college called Brown College. And did you know that there are actual Kappa Gamma Boule organizations tied to that place? Oh, you think I don't know? You think I don't know, Nate the Snake? Bro, I've been watching your ass, man. Y'all can't fool me. Josephus adds that on this issue, great conflict took place between the two groups, and only the wealthy followed the Sadducees, whereas the people joined the Pharisees. Traditions of men. Traditions of men. Check this out. These observations provided a profound explanation as to what related in the anecdote, showing that here was no chance quarrel which had broke out at the royal court owing to the discourtesy of a guest at a banquet. but the perpetuation of the ancient feud between the priests and the scribes, whose social character had discussed in previous chapters. Now, Christianity does the same thing. For example, the Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Ten Commandments, El Credo. Where does it say to do that in the Bible, Christians? Tell me where Catholic people, where does it say to learn those in the Bible? Where are those prayers in the Bible? You can't answer that. Let me continue. What did the Pharisees demand of Hyrcanus? According to the account of Josephus and the Talmud, the Pharisees asked him to give up the high priesthood and to be content with the secular power which he possessed. This is why he was leaning towards the Sadducees. They based their demand on the pretext that he had been born to his mother when she was in captivity. Ooh. Partus sequitur ventrum. Gotcha, bitch. That's where it came from. The people that were ruling in the 13 colonies were not Christians. They were Kabbalists. They were practitioners of the Talmud. That's why you have that checkered board. Okay? You cannot fool this. That's why you Christians are dumb. This was a Christian country. No, it wasn't. It was a Kabbalist country. Check this out. It says, they based their demands on the pretext that he had been born in captivity. I'm sorry. This was a falsehood. This was a falsehood. So now we see here, there's a war between the Sadducees, Pharisees, and Hyrcanus. He was the last of the Hasmonean dynasty, meaning the true people of the bloodline. So even these Pharisees at that time, you can already see a conversion or a proselyting in a sense, because we know that Herod and Tetrarch, through his father, which was, I believe, all the way back through after the split of Alexander the Great, you see the lineage of Herod. They become people of power. Then they're the kings, they're the rulers of Jerusalem, Herod and his lineage. That's why Paul said, you study what I study, because they were studying, he knew the traditions of man, which was the Talmud, not Christianity. You see what I mean? It says here, hold on a second, gave up the secular power, remained a high priest as before, whereas the demanded just the opposite. Otto Witzer also argues that the Pharisees could not consent at the high priesthood he be held by men whose hands were stained with blood. But the law of Moses had never prohibited offensive war against idolaters, however cruel, while the forcible Judaization of the Palestinian population, which had been carried out by Hasmoneans. You see this? So we see a struggle, and we see a constant what? Who gave these people particular traditions? Hold on a second. Let me go back. See this here? Talmudic tales here. The Pharisees had given many laws to the nation based on ancestral tradition, which had not been written in the laws of Moses. Now you understand, better clarity, a little bit more reasoning, a little bit more patience. That's why it says here, Matthew 5:17, think not that I come to destroy the law of Moses or the prophets, because they spoke. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill that particular prophecy of the real book. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall no wise pass from this law till all be fulfilled. You see what I mean? This is why it's important to understand jot and one tittle. Jot and one tittle. Go back to this. Deuteronomy 4:2. Can't add to the word, right? Revelation 22:18 says the same thing. You can't add to it. You can't add to it, right? But they do. They did. The Pharisees did. Traditions of man. This is why you see the confusion. The Messiah didn't come and do away with the laws of Moses, in a sense. Only the sacrificial. What he was also getting rid of was all those traditions, external, which did no good for you, because there was no examination. There was no repentance. It was just tradition. And once more, you cannot add to the word of the Most High. So now we see that the Messiah was dealing with the Pharisees, which is why he kept saying traditions of man, traditions of man, traditions of man. You see, the Pharisees Mark 7:1. Then came together unto him Pharisees and certain of scribes, which came from Jerusalem. And when he saw one of his disciples eat bread with defiled, this is to say, with unwashed hands, they found fault. For the Pharisees and all the Jews, except they wash their hands often, eat not, holding the traditions of the elders. Where in the Bible does it say to do that? You don't see it in Leviticus. It talks about cleanliness regarding the dealing with sexuality, the sexual, the sexual part, or the cleaning, or whatever it may be, right? But it doesn't talk about anything in regards to you washing your hands. We see this in the Talmud. This is why we know and understand that the Messiah was dealing with a bunch of different doctrines, specifically what these people were teaching. So when Christians say that he came to destroy the laws of God, they are effing liars. But again, and always, heathens will never tell you the truth. And they're going to be teaching based on, well, I guess what they know. This is pretty good. I actually mentioned Enoch in here. I was going to bring it later. If I remember, I'll bring it back up later. Let me see if I can get to the point. I think a little bit more. We're halfway through, family. We're halfway through. The Sadducees appear as men without a religion or morality in later Talmudic literature. And in Enoch's eyes, they were simply pagans. Interesting, huh? Let's see what we got. All right, let's continue. Next book. In case you guys never heard of this guy. Give me a second. Check this out. Taking a little while, sorry. In the meantime, let me download this real quick. The History of the Marranos by Cecil Ross. Okay. History of the Marranos. The History of Marranos. Let me get to a point here real quick. I want to show you something. They're all connected, family. You'll be surprised. It's amazing, man. The Jews and the Moors. You motherfuckers. You dirty bastards. And yeah, the Moors were light-skinned and Swarthi. The Jews were also light-skinned and Swarthi. Yep. We totally know now. And it's all good. We know y'all are fake anyways. The real Israelites have finally woken up. The heyday Inquisition. Give me a second. I'm trying to look for something real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. There we go. We go right here. The History of the Marranos, the antecedent of crypto-Judaism. I think it's important to bring you to the attention, okay, that, remember I mentioned that Christians came in the name of Christ. And unlike what they were given the opportunity to convert, like they said, without the sword, they were given the opportunity to convert with love and compassion and caring. That's what they say, okay? That's what they say. Let me just kind of put my face real quick. When they came here, they didn't give us the compassion or the love or the opportunity to get the understanding. No, they said, convert or die by the sword. And I'm like, if you guys say that God allowed the doors to Gentiles, didn't demand them to keep the laws, why do you show up here and demand us to keep certain laws? And if we don't, you kill us. Well, if you really think about it, family, if the majority of these people were crypto Jews, meaning converts in name, They didn't believe in Christianity. What better way to mock a religion that you fucking hate? You kill in its name. You destroy people in its name. I'm not a Christian. I don't care. But hey, you know what? It's an idolatric religion. I'm just converting because I don't want to die. Why do you think these things happen? It's very important to understand the attitude that these people had towards us. The attitude that they had towards us. Check this out. This is I already showed you the book. Let's get to some points. Traditional Jewish law, in fact, made special provisions for cases when observance of ceremonial practices became impossible because of compulsion, or in the time of persecution. The theory was put to test in late Talmudic times in the 5th century, during the Zoroastrian persecution in Persia. You see how Zoroastrians were around? This consisted, however, in enforced neglect of traditional observance rather than the positive conformity of the dominant religion. Judaism was thus driven to the extent underground, regaining complete freedom only some years later. You see this here? So it goes into supposedly hiding, right? Well, who brings it back? There's this guy named Sabbatai Sevi. The Domi of Salonika were the descendants of those adherent to the pseudo-messiah Sabbatai Sevi, who followed him into apostasy. And while staunchly confirming Muslims, they practiced a Masonic Judaism in their homes. You see this? And while staunchly conforming Muslim, they practice a Masonic Judaism in their homes. You see this? So they're calling themselves one thing, claiming to be Muslims, but still practicing Masonic traditions. How so? This Sabbatai Sevi character is quite a story. Check this out. In some other points of considerable importance, the Marranos were profoundly influenced by their environment. Victims of Inquisition were reserved as martyrs in honor of certain outstanding figures. Religious confraternities were actually formed, very much as though some Christian saints were in question. All right? So we see here a name, Marrano. Marrano. We even read of a Mexican woman who acted as a professional faster, charging one piece of an eighth in each occasion, talking about like fasting. So we see here again, a man will be saved by his works, whatever his creed, asserted a simple Marrano woman. A zealous priest denounced Antonio Fernandez Carvajal, the founder of English Jewry. You see this here, Marranos. I'm looking at Marranos. And who is this Sabbatai Sevi? Check this out. The Messianic idea did not exhaust itself with the mere denial of claims of Jesus. Restoration of the land of promise continued to occupy an important part of in Marrano hopes and prayers. In its early generations, as we have seen, the Marranos had their pseudo-messiah, Luis Diaz of Setúbal, and their prophetess, the Maid of Herrera, to mention only two. As late as the middle of the 17th century, the reports which reached peninsula of Sabbatai Sevi, the Turkish pretender who set all the Levant in a blaze, were sufficient to attract a concourse of adherents. So this guy of Turkish bloodline is a Jew, so-called the Messiah. It says that they expected a Messiah. In Mexico, the Messiah had been confidently expected for 1642 or 1643. You see this? And extravagant hopes were centered in the persons of Gaspar Baez Sevilla. Excuse me. A known descendant of the tribe of Levi.
Are you?
See this? Marranos still practicing Judaism in secret. That's what we're seeing. You see, with ancient rites of bar mitzvah, that's not true. You see here now. Now we thought it was just Christians here. No. Sabbatai 7, the mystical Messiah. See? Sabbatai 7. See? What are we looking at here? Let's check this out. Remember the name Marrano. The cultivated force of this criticism left Sholem portraits of Sabbatai Sevi and the Sabbatean movement considerable open to the amendments. Over the ensuing decade and a half, number of monograph presents both that new data and new interpretation. Perhaps the most sufficient was Yosef Yahim Yerushalmi, study of Isaac Cardoza, the elder brother of Sabbatean prophet Abraham Miguel Cardoza. You see these names? Where's that dirty water that thinks that, he's a Sephardic Jew? Stupid ass. Sholem had used Abraham Miguel Cardoza to demonstrate that there were a basic converge between the mentality of the Marranos and that of Sabbateans. Really? It says here, let's see what I'm looking for. I'll read here. Here in the empire, by far great majority of Spanish Jews, the main bearers of the Sabbatean movement, had settled. The amazing rise of the communities of Amsterdam and Hamburg is well known, yet the members of these communities, descendants of Marranos, reacted no differently from their brethren in Morocco, who smarted under almost continuous oppression and persecution. Those expelled from Spain and the descendants of escaping Marranos in particular. Why would Europeans kick out Europeans? Doesn't make no sense, right? Makes no sense. Check this out. The poor probably formed a small majority only. A large part of Near Eastern and Mediterranean trade, including that with North Africa and Turkey, was in hand of the Jews. Prominent among the latter was the Marrano element, and it is the Marranos who everywhere appear among the leading supporters of the movement. Sasportas and other anti-Sabbatinian assiduously overlooked this fact for obvious reasons. It was, after all, so much easier to denounce the rabble, whereas admonitions of the part played by wealthy and respected group of former Marranos would have been very awkward. You see this? Marranos, right? Marranos, como puercos and shit. Why am I emphasizing this? It's a rhetorical question, by the way. Check this out. We see Marrano. We also see the Talmud. You see this? He taught the Talmud. Make no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He was all up in it. And these people were not teaching the commandments of the Most High. So we see here apocalyptic text, Midrashim, from the end of the Talmudic period to the Middle Ages, has been collected and edited. Somewhere in this page it talks about that. All right. Here. What we may ask, did the Masonic idea imply for the simple Jew whose hopes were nourished in addition to the biblical prophecies by a number of popular well-known legends and apocalyptic myth rashims? So now you know what that means. You see, here we see the Talmudic or Talmud constantly. Constantly. I'm not making this up. The Talmud has said that no converts would be accepted in the Masonic era. There will be no converts because no more holy souls would be left among the Gentiles, since, by definition, the Messiah could come only after the last sparks of holiness had been extracted from them. That's why they say what they say. Okay, so you see that here. The Talmud, right? Remember we saw the Kabbalah? See? So it goes hand in hand. If you have the Kabbalah, you're dealing with the Talmud. If you're dealing with the Talmud, you have the Kabbalah. Okay? Tradition and creation, new creation in the ritual of Kabbalist. Sholem. I'm not making this up, family. Look, 200 of those came up. Let me go back. We'll go from the beginning. The Messianic idea in the Kabbalah, Lurianic Kabbalah, again, the significance of it, the spread of it. You see? You see this? I'm not making this up. This is their religion. These guys are not the real Israelites of the Bible. These are converts. These are Khazars. These are people that study the Kabbalah. They have their own tradition, religions. They shouldn't call themselves Israelis. You should just call yourselves Europeans with a Kabbalah religion. You are not of the seed of Abraham. You are not of the seed of David. You are exactly what you are. You're Europeans trying to be somebody you're not. When calling for a history of Kabbalah in all of its forms and through its history, he continued, and the same can be said for all the branches out from it. That is the Masonic movement based upon the esoteric wisdom and Hasidism. Esoteric wisdom. That's why I kept telling y'all the Emerald Tablets, the teachings of Tot, it's not too far-fetched. It's all in here. Look, a candid letter about the true intentions of studying Kabbalah on the possibility of Jewish mysticism in our time. You guys can read this. The Magician. These are mysticisms. Demonic. That's why you have, what's his name? That Matthew dude. He was doing that whole, like, you know, writing that Sephiroth stuff. Matter of fact, that reminded me. See? The Sephiroth. Kabbalist doctrine developed apart from the eschatology because in its original setting, is concentrated less on the end of the world than it's on its primordial beginning of creation. For this is what the Kabbalist conception of Godhead, as enshrined in the doctrine of Sephiroth, really amounts to: the hidden God, known as Kabbalist terminology as Ein Sof, the infinite, the everlasting. That's why you have those books that say you know, like, you are what you think about. You manifest your own destiny. You manifest your own creation because you are a God within yourself. If you exercise those heavenly mysticisms, it's really what it is. Only the, it says here, hidden God, known Kabbalist terminology as Ein Sof, is far removed from everything created. He is unrevealed, non-manifest, and unknown. Only the emanation of his power, operating in the creation, both the higher and the nether worlds, transforms Ein Sof into the creator God. The different stage of emanation manifests the hidden potencies and attributes, which God acts in, which are all essentially one in the unity of God. Even as the flames is bound to the coal, 10 such stages known as the Sephiroth constitute the inner life of Godhead. This is the tree, I believe, that we weren't supposed to take. The Sephiroth, the Talmud, the Kabbalah, it's all hand in hand. This is what the Messiah was talking about. He knew this was going on. They weren't keeping the commandments like you thought they were. He didn't come, he ain't like, oh, he just wanted us to stop, from keeping the laws. No, it wasn't any of that. Wasn't any of that. He literally was trying to save people's lives, man. I want to show you something. Let's get to the nitty-gritty now. I keep saying that shit. The secret relationship between the blacks and the Jews. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Check this out. Who were the main pushers of slavery? Portuguese Jews, right? Slave dealers. Jews were among the most important slave dealers, it says. The principal purchasers of slaves were found among the Jews. In 1460, when Jews were the masters of the nautical science in Portugal, that nation was importing 700 to 800 slaves yearly. They weren't all white, by the way. They weren't all white people enslaving black people. It was swarthy-looking bastards that were enslaving white and black people. And more than often, they were getting the Slavs. The Africans, on the other hand, they were selling their own people. Those are facts. Jewish participation in the slave trade, particularly their trafficking of non-Jewish slaves, incited the moral indignation of Europe's Gentile population. You see that right there? So, if these Jews were being expelled, they had no power, pobrecitos and shit. Hold on a second. Sorry about that, family. I'm over here reading like that. If they had no power, pobrecitos and all that, how is it that they're trafficking slaves? Not possible. Unless not Jews, but Jews were the real financial basis of the first expedition of Columbus. 1492, more than 300 Jews were expelled from Spain. Why would you expel Europeans if you're European? In fact, the Spanish Jews amassed large fortunes dealing with Christian slaves and became quite prominent within the Spanish hierarchy, or Spain hierarchy. They had obtained the most important offices and positions of trust in the cabinet. And accounting house rulers had maintained great influence over the regional trade, causing many to believe that the Jews exercised an unhealthy domination over the economy of the region. The rulers were convinced enough to order all Jews to either convert to Christ or leave Spain. We see once again, cochinos marranos, the secret Jews. The marranos were those compulsory converted Jews and their descendants who outwardly became Christians, but secretly continued to meet in the synagogue, celebrating feast days, and observe the Jewish Sabbath, and keeping the Kabbalah tradition, in the Zohar, in the Mishnah, and believing in the fact that the Messiah was born of a whore. Those are facts. The name marrano, pinche cochino, may be derived from the old Castilian marrano, swine. That's what you are. And I'm going to prove it as to why I'm saying this. Spain began a series of conversion drives to convert all Jews in Spain to Christianity. Why? Because they believed that Christians were dung. If you're telling me my gente is dung, what do you think I'm going to feel? It says the Spanish Inquisition. Hold on a second. In an unprecedented number and with little resistance, the Jews converted. This rush to mass conversion, an event unparalleled in Jewish history, is perhaps the best summed up by Cecil Roth. It was not difficult for insincere temporizing Jews to become insincere temporizing Christians. Ooh. It was not difficult for insincere temporizing Jews to become insincere temporizing Christians. The Marranos, also called conversos, right? New Christians, were simply charged with not being Catholic. The same applied to Muslims, who were expelled in like manner and in great numbers than Jews. More than Some 50,000 Jews chose to convert rather than leave their land and their riches. Oh, you son of a bitch. See this? The Jews in Spain, New Spain, many persons, the resolution adopted by Ferdinand in expelling so profitable and opulent a people acquainted with every mode of collecting wealth. So they converted so they don't lose their money. That's why they did it. That's why they did it. Now, let's continue. The same applied to Muslims who were expelled in like manner in greater numbers. Some 50,000 Jews chose to convert rather than to leave their land. Contrary to popular notion, those who left were not refugees searching for religious freedom, but entrepreneurs looking for economic opportunities. When they fled, they brought a few Torah scrolls. Why? Come on, we know now. And even fewer copies of the Jewish holy book Talmud with them. When asked what he thought about Moranos knew of Judaism after their first flight from Spain and Portugal, Roth answered in one word: nothing.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
The majority fled south and eastward to North Africa and centers of Salonika, Constantinople, Aleppo, and Damascus. While others sought and found refuge in the Netherlands, they were established synagogues, schools, cemeteries, and high levels of wealth and culture. You see this? Though many escaped, they ended up becoming the kidnappers and slave marketers. How in the world do you expel people that have so much power? Check this out. 6 prominent Jews accompanied Columbus: Bernal, Marco, Rodrigo, Luis de Torres, and sailor Alfonso de Calle. Rodrigo de Trina, this is very interesting, who is claimed to be the first white man to ever see the world.
That's right. Oh, that's gonna hurt!
So all these other bastards are dark-skinned Swati. Yeah. See this family? Don't let Colomiados fool you, bro. They weren't West Africans. The connection between the Jews and the discovery of America was not, however, merely a question of fortuitous coincidence. The epoch-making expedition of 1492 was a matter of fact very largely a Jewish, or rather a Marrano enterprise. A few scholars, including Roth, presents strong evidence that Columbus was himself a Jew. He hid his Jewishness, they say, because no Spanish Jew could ever have expected aid from the king or queen of Spain. So the explorer claimed to be an Italian Catholic. Tina Levitan, author of Jews in American Life, found the first reference of Columbus' Jewishness in print in the diplomatic document dated 58 years after the discovery of death. The French ambassador to Spain, she revealed, refers to Columbus the Jew. Furthermore, she states, from him we learned that Cristobal Colon, who never called himself Christopher Columbus and never spoke a word of Italian, was the son of Susana Fontarosa, right? Or also spelled Fontana Rosal, Domingo Colón de Pontevedra, Spain, where those bearing such surnames were Jews, some of them whom had been brought before the Spanish Inquisition. Letters written by him to strangers have customary X at the top indicate so and so. So you see that. Okay? You see this right here? So what was he? Christopher Columbus was an experienced sailor long before his infamous voyage. Sir Arthur Helps writes that in the course of his letters, Columbus speaks after the fashion of practiced slave dealers. In fact, in 1498, his 5-ship expedition brought 600 Indians to Spain as slaves. 200 were given to the masters of the ships, 400 sold in Spain. So if they were expelled, how in the world did he come back? This is important to know because now you're getting to see Jews and Moors working together. Jews and Moors practicing and believing almost the same doctrine. So now we know that it wasn't just Christians coming. It was more than Christians. It was converted Jews and Moors who were only converted by name. right? Like Diego Velázquez, Pánfilo Narváez, right? Okay, now let's get to this point. This is a very interesting understanding here, so I want to bring this up. In 1514, while living in Cuba, Las Casas was studying a passage in the Bible, the book of Sirach, which reads in part, "The Lord is for them that wait upon him in the ways of truth and justice." Las Casas was finally convinced that all the actions of the Spanish in the New World had been illegal and that they constituted a great injustice. He made up his mind to give up his slaves and encomienda and started to preach that other colonists should do the same. When his preachings met with resistance, he realized that he would have to go to Spain, taking his fight against the enslavement, abuse of native people directly from the royal courts of King Charles. Why do you think he's doing that? Because he knew these guys weren't real Christians. They were Christians in name. The Spaniards with their horses, remember, they were Jews and Moors who still believed in their doctrine. But because they didn't want to lose their riches, they were Christians in name. That's why I was like, if you guys are the Gentiles and the Messiah opened the door for you, how could you come and try to convert us and not do the same approach? Instead, use the sword. Did the Messiah use the sword on you damn Gentiles? No. So it made no sense. So Las Casas is like, yo, these guys are animals because they didn't believe. They were Kabbalists, Talmudic practitioners, Jewish people, crypto Jews, Sephardics mostly, and Muslims, Islamic, North Africans, maybe a few sprinkles of West, several Arabians, several Turkish. Now we know why Psalms 83 makes a lot of sense. The Spaniards with their horses, their spears and lances began to commit murder and other strange cruelties. These were people that were not Christians. They were all kinds of other nations, helping the Spaniards conquer us, helping these Jews conquer this land to make it a promised land. Why would you expel Europeans if you're European? You get what I'm saying? The British came later. Remember that. What did these bastards do? They entered into towns and villages, sparing neither children nor older men and women. They ripped their bellies, they ripped their bellies and cut them to pieces as if they had been slaughtering lambs in the field. They made bets with each other over who could thrust a sword into the middle of a man or who could cut off his head with one stroke. They took little ones by the heels and crushed their heads against a cliff. Others they threw into the rivers, laughing and mocking them as they tumbled into the water. So you West Africans that are claiming to be natives, and then you say, oh yeah, we ruled Europe and blah, 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 and yeah, we enslaved our people. You don't know what you're saying. And that's why it's so casual for you, because that shit didn't happen to you. Spiritually speaking, it didn't happen to you. That's why you're so casual. And this is how I know that you ain't Israelites, because you didn't even see this shit. You guys been teaching this doctrine for so many years, and you telling me I'm bringing out stuff that you guys never even heard of? Neftali, please do not ever come click on this link. I may leave you on for like 10 minutes and then I'll embarrass your chunky ass. I got no respect for heathens, man, especially when they try to call us other names that they are themselves. They made bets with each other over who could thrust a sword in the middle of a man or woman, or who could cut off his head with one stroke. They took little ones by their heels and crushed their heads against a cliff. Others they threw into the river, laughing and mocking them as they had tumbled into the water. They put everyone there they met to the edge of the sword. Did the Messiah do that to you Christians? Now, remember this whole time I told you about this right here? Right? Oh, no, not that one. This one. The one who was hanged? The one who was hanged? Remember that? Okay. See this? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. He is facing all of them. You ever wonder why they did that? You have to wonder why. Here's why. One time I saw 4 or 5 important natives nobles roasted and broiled upon makeshift grills. They cried out pitifully. These things so troubled our captain that he could not sleep. He commanded that they be strangled to the end their misery. The sergeant, I know him and his friends from Seville, would not strangle them, but put bullets into their mouths instead. Check this out. I have seen all these things and others infinite. Most tried to flee. They tried to hide in mountains. They tried to flee from these men who were empty of all pity, behaving like savage beasts. They were nothing more than slaughter and enemies of mankind. These evil men had even taught their hounds, fierce dogs, to tear natives pieces at first sight. And when, although rare, the Indians put to death some Spaniards upon good right and law of justice, the Spaniards made an agreement that for every 1 Spaniard killed, they had to slay 100 Indians. You see this? These were Christians in name. Secret Jews, secret Moranos, still practicing their Islam and their Kabbalah shit, claiming to be Christians while cutting us in pieces. That's what they did. And I'm going to prove it right now. Let me keep going. You'll see. Check this out. Look at this. They also did a lot of different crazy shit, family. This is probably going to hurt a lot of your feelings right here. They made us starve so that we were eating our people because of starvation. Okay. I'll read it. With 50 men, they can all be subjugated and made to do whatever is required of them. Upon the arrival, the native population worked for hours to rescue the crew and their cargo. Despite the natives' kindness, Columbus's mind immediately went to how profitable enslaving the native population would be. They are evil, and I believe they are from the islands of Caribs, and they eat men. Describing them as savage and cannibals, he says. Dog-like noses that drink the blood of their victims. Columbus sailors were rapists and murderers, and I can prove it. I got books to show it. While I was in a boat, I captured a beautiful Carib woman, he says, whom the said Lord Admiral gave to me, and with whom, having taken her into my cabin, she being naked according to their custom, I conceived desire to take pleasure. I wanted to put my desire into execution, but she did not want it and treated me with her fingernails in such manner that I wish I had never begun. But seeing that, I took a rope and thrashed her well, for which she raised such an unheard of screams that you would not believe your ears. Finally, we came to an agreement in such manner I could tell you that she seemed to have been brought up in a school of harlots. Let me show you this real quick. Check this out. This is from a book I have. It's called Los Conquistadores Psicópatas. Okay. Check this out. It's this book here. I'm going to open some pages. Give me a second. Stop it. Stop. Stop. There it goes right here. Los Conquistadores Psicópatas. Okay. Page, I believe, 68. Cristóbal Colón, el primer psicópata que llegó a América. It's true. The first psychopath that came to America. Libros icónicos acerca de la evidente psicopatía de los invasores fueron escritos en aquellos tiempos de la invasión. Entre los icónicos encontramos la gran obra por su contenido y volumen que escribió el padre Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, que ganó a pulso el título de protector de los indios, pero que pocos saben que también fue encomendero, por lo que conoció a fondo esa institución, llegando a recuperar su propia encomienda, y lo más notable es que escribió acerca de las crueldades y vejaciones que sufrieron los nativos de manos de los llamados conquistadores. Let me get to the point. Give me a second. There it goes right here. Remember how that other article said that supposedly this one? He said that a woman, right? While I was in a boat, I captured a Carib woman, right? Okay. He said that. That's a lie, family. She wasn't a woman. Okay? She was a little girl. And I can prove it on this book. Page, I believe it's 72. Okay? It says, la víspera de nuestro retorno a España, decepcionados al no haber encontrado oro, rodeamos los 4 poblados situados cerca de nuestro fondeadero y capturamos a 1,600 salvajes, hombres, mujeres y niños grandes también. Y los embarcamos en nuestras naos o barcos o ships para venderlos como esclavos en España. Al contar con espacio suficiente en nuestras carabelas, informamos a los soldados del fortín que podrían capturar tantos esclavos como quisieran entre los indios que quedaban. Como la pequeña ralea de las mujeres, los bebés abandonada en situ, armaba un jaleo horrible. Le rompimos el cráneo. Los otros niños fueron devorados por las bestias. So they cracked their craniums open, and these babies were fed to the beast. On top of that, como pagó de una deuda de juego, el propio Colón me ofreció una magnífica esclava caribe de 11 años. Que cuando quise ejercer mi derecho sobre ella, comenzó a gritar y se me resistió. Tuve entonces que disciplinarla con mi látigo y forzarla. 11-year-old girl. 11 years old. She wasn't no Carib woman, and she didn't scream like a hoe. No. So I don't know who, I could say he's a Sephardic convert, whatever. I don't know if he's an Islam. I don't give a shit at this point. But I'm proving the cause here. So all these people that are sitting in this country claiming racism, oh, white folks did this to me, white folks did that to me, y'all don't like Islam, blah, blah, blah. Y'all been doing this shit to each other for a long time. What I really dislike is the fact that you came and lied to every single individual, white and black folks. Y'all been lying to people. You've been hiding the fact that blacks, dark-skinned people came and conquered America. You lied about the fact that there was Jews who financed these things. You lied about the fact that it wasn't by chance that you landed in this continent. And you're lying on the fact that this was the old world, that this is Atlantis, and you have some Negro saying, oh, this is the Egyptian towns. There's no way that these Mexicans could have made these pyramids. Look how stupid they look. That's exactly what you guys are saying. So now we're seeing one particular thing about your spirit, that you love to rape young girls. This is sad shit right here, man. This is your history, Ox. You Christians that say, oh, hey, you want to give credit to Christopher Columbus, white folks? You say you built America, but you hate the Jew? He's the one that got you here. You don't know that, do you? Give me a second. Oh, I think I put it here. Let me see. Yep. Look, this is another book I have. Okay. Relaciones y Cartas de Cristóbal Colón, 1892. All right. We're going to go to page 313. Sorry, 317. What am I doing? Bro, stop it. 317 coming right up. There it goes right here. Listen to this, okay? Por una mujer también se fallan 100 castellanos como por una labranza. Y es mucho en uso. Y haya fartos mercaderos que andan buscando muchachas. De nuevo, a 10 son ahora en precio, de todas edades, de tener un bueno. So let me translate this because it is somewhat complicated to read it too, and I had to translate it myself. Translate. Check this out. Okay. It says here, in Spanish, remember, I'm translating this book here. All right. Page 317 from Biblioteca Clásica, Relaciones y Cartas de Cristóbal Colón. Cristóbal el Culo. The dirty bastard. Okay. Okay, remember that. Give me a second here. Page 317. All right. Give me a second. 317, all right? So I don't want you to think I'm misleading you here. Look at the translation. It said, a woman also fails 100 Castilians as if a form of farm, and it is much in use. You see, one woman, hundreds Castilians, meaning they train her, and it is much in use. And it has already merchants favor who anchor, I guess, young-looking girls from 9 to 10 are now in price. Of all ages, it must have a good one. Do you understand what that means? They were searching for 9 and 10-year-old girls, including 11, to run a train on them. Who likes to run train on women? Who made it popular nowadays? Are you going to run from that? Columbus provided native sex slaves to his men. In addition to putting the natives to work as slaves in his gold mine, Columbus also sold sex slaves to his men, some as young as 9. We just confirmed it. Columbus and his men also raided villages for sex and sports. 100 Castilians are as easily obtained for a woman as for a farm. And it's very general, and there is plenty of dealers who go about looking for girls. Those from 9 to 10 are now in demand. What do you think of that? You think I'm kidding? You think this is a joke? I got another one for you. Let's confirm it. Let's confirm it. Let's confirm it. John Smith, you fucking rapist. Yes, I said it. You Mormon damn religion of yours. Crappy ass shit. Dumb ass damn heathens, bro. I'm gonna show you what your boy did here. I'm gonna show you what John Smith did, what you guys are so proud of. Your white heritage. Let's go and enjoy your white heritage for a second. What did you do to Pocahontas? Oh, Pocahontas, huh? Yeah, I bring the fire. You did the same shit to Pocahontas. She was not even 9, 10 years old, 12 maybe. This is from the history and present state of Virginia. I believe that's 1775, maybe, some shit. I don't know. All right, let's go here. Page 14. By virtue of this present, Captain John Smith was sent by the London Company in December 1606, authorized by King James, who supposedly was a dark-skinned man, who authorized partisan intervention, by the way. Okay? So we're talking about this punk ass right here. Let's look at this crackety history. While these things were acting in Bermuda, Captain Smith being very much burnt by the accidental firing of some gunpowder as he was up in a discovery of his boats. Oh, yeah. This is the page where they end up eating themselves. Let me just kind of side point here. So when you guys first showed up, right? When you guys first showed up, you couldn't take care of yourselves, so you ended up eating yourselves because you were too lazy, okay? And yet for this, they continued their disorder, wanting their old provisions and neglecting to gather others, so that they who remained alive were near famished, having brought themselves to the pass. And the reason this happened is because John Smith got hurt, so he had to leave. He left for several months. That they durst not steer from their own doors to gather fruit of the herbs, or the crabs and mussels from the water side, much less to hunt or catch wild beasts, fish, or fowl, which were found in great abundance there. They continued in their scanty circumstances till they were at last reduced to such extremities as to eat the very hide of their horses and the bodies of the Indians they had killed. And sometimes also, upon a pinch, they would not disdain to dig them up again to make a homely meal of after they had been buried. Damn. Y'all are eating yourselves. But that's not the point. Believe it or not, that's not the point. This is the point. Okay. This is the point. It says here, the two ships more arrived with supplies, and Captain Argall, who commanded one of them, being sent in her to Patamek to buy corn, he there met with Pocahontas, the excellent daughter of Powhatan, having prevailed with her to come aboard to a treat like pedophiles. Hey, little girl, would you like some candy? Hey, little girl, would you like your mom needs you. Come with me. Come with me. Who still practices this shit? P. Diddy, yo. He detained her prisoner and carried her to Jamestown. Then it says, till about 2 years after a marriage being proposed between John Rolfe, an English gentleman, and this lady, which Powhatan, taken to be a sincere token of friendship, was vouched to consent to it and to conclude a peace after 2 years because she had disappeared. So, for example, the dramatizing of that movie where Leonardo DiCaprio, he like comes here and I guess he's a hunter-gatherer or whatever, and he has a son, supposedly native. And there's a native elder man that is chasing the French because we didn't really know why. It's because they took in his daughter. And that's a reference of Pocahontas. That's exactly what happened. They took his daughter. And we tried to find her everywhere. He couldn't. Intermarriage had been indeed the method proposed very often by the Indians in the beginning, urging it frequently as a certain rule that the English were not their friends if they refused it. Caused most of the rapings and murders they committed. So here we see that they're just horrible, man. Besides, there would have been continuance of those nations. Hold on a second here. Let me get to the point. Let me not lose the point. Okay. It says here, about 10 years ago, being in Virginia, this is 10 years later, and taking prisoners by the power of Powhatan, their chief king, I received from this great savage exceeding great courtesy, especially from his son, Nantaquas, the manliest, comeliest, boldest spirit I ever saw in a savage, and his sister, Pocahontas, the king's most dear and well-beloved daughter, being but a child of 12 or 13 years of age.
Bruh. A ver, que alguien me explique. Who are you?
Wow. Wow. Then it says here, and this relief, most gracious queen, was commonly brought to us by this lady Pocahontas. Notwithstanding all these passages were consent, fortune turned our peace to war. This tender virgin was still not spared to dare to visit us, and by her own, I guess, fars have been so often appealed. You see this? So it was peaceful, but then it became a war when these white people, these wasp motherfuckers, stole Pocahontas. Then it became war. So I would say look up the movie from Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio. American movie. It's called, not that one. Leonardo DiCaprio movie. It would probably be, what's the name of it? Hold on. I've watched it several times, to be honest. I can't believe I don't remember. It's one of my favorite movies. Copy movies in America. Hunting. Oh, The Revenant. The Revenant. If you watch the movie The Revenant, here, I'll show you a little bit of it. If you watch the movie The Revenant, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's kind of giving a sense of it, okay? Pocahontas was kidnapped. There was peace at one time. After she was kidnapped at a young age, supposedly 12 or 13, but we know damn well it wasn't that age. She was a lot younger than that. 9 maybe, okay? Because he's like, hey, little baby girl, would you like a little candy and come on my ship? She's like, sure, white man. You seem like a friendly dude. No. That's why I tell my daughter, don't do that shit. Don't trust these people. Listen in. Right there, you see the picture of the little girl? Right there. So when you watch this movie, there's an essence of it because it starts off with natives attacking them. The essence of it is that eventually you'll find out that they're actually looking for his daughter. And these French people were just using her as just a hole, bro. Just a sex toy. They haven't changed since they've been here. What do you want me to tell you? So here we see that with her best advice to escape his fury, which had been known, he had surely slain her. This is basically saying that he kidnapped his little girl. Okay, so it started the war right here. This kidnapping of this baby with this native brother of ours, he wasn't gonna have it. That says here, at last rejecting her by various conditions, she was married to an English gentleman with whom the present she is in England, the 5th Christian ever of the nation, the first Virginian ever speak English, and had a child in marriage by the Englishman. He forced himself on her, forced her basically until she, they had no choice. If you read this book, it's very interesting because here it also confirms that we were eating locusts, and these natives were proving that. Again, West Africans prove that you were eating locusts. Even here, even till this day.
aquí. Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha con nosotros lucha como nosotros, la pena, la miseria, la pena, la miseria. Yo soy tú, yo soy tú, tú eres yo, tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.